What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, October 24th, 2025. We are here at Buitenveldertbaan, runway 0927 in use for arrivals as runway 27. Pretty windy still, as you can see by the windsock. Viagra is very much in the sky today. Well, welcome to everybody. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday to you all. Marja, goedenavond. Hey Jan, goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. Lars, goedemorgen. Jessie, FJWH, Scott, Fine Doekman, Michael, Wouter, EA, Jeff, good morning, one and all. The wind coming from over there, more or less. Maybe a few drizzly droplets now and again, but should stay mostly dry, at least in the upcoming hours. Runway 27, the primary runway for arrivals, even though the center runway is also open. And Paul is celebrating 29 months of membership. Paul, thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Paul. For now, a big thank you for all the support. 29 months. Paul Doan, one of the longest standing members. This is Ryan Air arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Flight 3100. And the drizzly droplets now beginning to fall. Goedemorgen. Next airplane coming in should be Lufty flight 986 arriving from Frankfurt. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Mehmet, who just now gifted the membership. Who's the recipient? Ban the Man by the looks of it. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Ban the Man. And thank you so much, Mehmet, for your generosity. Ban the Man now has access to our 34 custom emojis for a month. Make sure to have fun with them. It's raining a little right now. Arriving from Frankfurt. Next up, Vueling, flight 1377, arriving from Alicante. So yeah, drizzly droplets. Every now and then. Vueling, flight 1377 is next. Air France, flight 1340 after that. Next after that. Good morning, Janus. Bowie de Bowie, good morning. RVH, goedemorgen. Good morning. Hey, Captain Jerry. Captain Jerry coming in with a super chat. He says, good day. Sorry to say I have to go back to the hospital for 30 days. I will try to watch when my nurse is not looking. Are they that strict, mate? Hope you'll be released from hospital soon. Hopefully you'll feel better after that. Thank you so much for the donation, Jerry. You didn't have to do that, you know that. But thank you so much for doing it anyway. When are you going into the hospital? This weekend already? Or after the weekend? Or today perhaps already? It seems that the rain has stopped again. Adi Marijke, goedemorgen. Let's do something about those droplets then. Options that I have for making sure that my hat doesn't blow off. One of them is putting over my winter hat like so. Keeps the ears a bit warm as well. Does make the sound a bit different. Just now I had my hoodie, the hoodie of my parka over my head. That makes the voiceover sound a little bit different because there's less wind. Air France, flight 1340. KLM flight 1798 arriving from Düsseldorf will be next after this. That's number 175. Tried filming with my heated gloves on, but I do like the feel of bare fingers, so I'm quickly changing to my fingerless gloves until they start to get cold, in which case I'll use the electric hand warmers, electric gloves to warm them up a little. This is KLM flight 1798 returning from Düsseldorf. That's a mere, still 36 minutes. Normally speaking, it would have been around 25 to 30 minutes. They must be having a bit of headwind. 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Stephen, good morning. Good morning to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. So yeah, Storm Benjamin passed over the Netherlands overnight. The wind only began to increase at the end of the day yesterday, around twilight. Are they now using 18 left as well for departures? It looks like it. Looks like that might be the case. Next airplane is still a bit further away. Lot. There's always a lot to see. We still have to wait for it to become a bit more apparent. Quite a large business over there. Tanker. The tail of a Fokker. More business. More business. Even more business. Adi Klaas, goedemorgen. Adi Klaas is celebrating 7 months of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Klaas. Good to see you again. Hope things in Bremen aren't too windy. Here, the windsock is still pretty erect, as you can see. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, and always a pleasure to have you in the chat, mate. Leo, goedemorgen. Arnold, goedemorgen. Franz Sebastian, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Johnny is A350 there as well. John Southern. German Monster, guten Morgen. Und herzlich willkommen. Indonesia, 777 over there. Rather busy. After Lot, we are going to see Air Europa with a Dreamliner. Here's the E2 Umbrella 195 from Lot, flight 265 arriving from Warsaw. And just visible over there is Air Europa flight 1091 arriving from Madrid. Sound off. Is that a triple? No, it's an E2. They're using 18 left right now for departures. They take off south of the crossing with runway 09 so that the landings, runway 27, so that the landings can take place uninterruptedly. But they are taking off further south. Have a look. Is that Gary Goose? That is a lovely bird, isn't it? Have a look at its mask. There's actually two of them. Well done. Two geese over there. Lovely. And here we have Lot flight 265 arriving from Warsaw. E2 Umbrella 195. 1 hour 37 minutes in the way. First flight somewhere in 2024. Month not specified on flight radar. And Air Europa on the far left. Nijlgans. Ah, thank you, Patrick. Talk to me, Goose, indeed. Hey, Ronald is also celebrating a membership anniversary. My membership is far from stormy. Keep it up, boy. 26 months and counting. Ronald, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is to your liking. If not, let me know. As always. If there's anything I can improve, let me know. Now members, don't forget you have another chance to vote. Since we may have had some irregularities in the poll for the replacement of playtime. Even though the winner from the poll was ahead earlier in the week, it was not ahead by that big of a margin. Something has happened in the meantime. So it's up to you guys to decide. You want to go ahead with vodka bottle regardless, or do you want me to make a poll on YouTube itself where only members can vote unless they open up new accounts, and only the top 4 of the poll will fight it out head to head. That is until that poll runs until Monday evening, so you still have plenty of time. Here we have Air Europa flight 1091. It's a 7878 Dreamliner arriving from Madrid. 1 hour 57 minutes to flight time. That is about nominal. The plane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in May 2014. Agent T79. Guten Morgen, servus. Herzlich willkommen. Adi Roy, goedemorgen. Iris, good morning. Dave was here again, good morning. Inimini, goedemorgen. Alexander, good morning. Tuning in from Johannesburg, South. A warm welcome to you too, buddy. Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Next after this, that's an A330-300. Goedemorgen Danny. Goedemorgen Martin. Martin Air. Welcome to the show, guys. So there are blue skies here and there. There are also occasional droplets. There's a tugger on its way. Hey, why is the zoom not working? Okay. Why is the zoom remote not working? That was just a simple matter of connecting and reconnecting. Now we have Zoom working again. Right, what's in store next? Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. That's an A330neo. Behind it is Air Serbia Flight 260 arriving from Belgrade. That's an A319. Behind it should be a KLM A330 arriving from Edmonton, Canada, which I'm pretty sure we can... Oh wait, no, I stand corrected. I was about to say we cannot see from here, but there it is already. Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah is now number 7 on flight radar, tracked by 378 people, 9 hours and 32 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, really brand new. First flight was in July this year. Jana, goedemorgen, and good morning everybody else. Bobbers, good morning. Welcome back, guys. I mustn't forget to put some coins in the meter again around 11. In case you're wondering, is it a bit windy? Yes, a little. Why am I not hearing the wind? That's because I have a blimp for the ambient audio. Hear the planes and the rustling of the wind, but not the wind interfering with the microphone, if all is well. Lot E2 Embraer taking off, that's what we're hearing. This is Air Serbia arriving from Belgrade. This is an A319, flight time has been 2 hours and a minute. Interesting registration. Yankee uniform, as in Yugoslavia, perhaps, still? Heritage from Yugoslavia, Yugoslavian times. Not sure. Yankee uniform, Alpha Papa November is the registration. The airplane is 16 years old. Its first flight was in May 2009. Hey, cheers, Jeff. Once again, droplets are beginning to fall. It should be short-lived. I actually see bits of blue not too far away from me in the sky. Alrighty, next up KLM Flight 676, arriving from Edmonton, Canada, A330-300. Diana, thank you so much for your continued support. 10 months as a member, still yellow, but only for 2 more months. Then you'll be added to the green member lodge. Thank you so much for the ongoing support thus far, Diana. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Arjan, goedemorgen kerel. DJ Digital Media, goedemorgen. Timo, good morning. Tuning in from South. This is KLM flight 676, arriving from Edmonton, Canada. 8 hours and 5 minutes on the way. 11-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. Air Canada flight 900, arriving from Montreal. Next after that is a 7878. Droplets seem to have stopped again, so let's see if after this landing we can clean the lens again. See that the sun is actually shining on the platform, illuminating the gates and the terminal building. Lovely to see. And Marianne is also celebrating. Marianne is celebrating 22 months of membership. Time flies. Keep it going. Love your streams. Thank you so much, Marianne, for the ongoing support and for the kind words. I'll do my best to keep it up. In the meantime, let's quickly clean the lens. A few droplets have fallen on it. Now they are no longer present. Dutch Ghost, mate, what are you doing? Thank you so much for your generosity. Just now gifting 10 memberships. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members, don't forget to say thank you to Ghost. Enjoy your custom emojis. Don't forget to vote in the poll that is now running to decide what to do with the poll results that was held to decide what to do with daytime. If you are still following, if not, that's okay. Rigged elections, also at AMS Live apparently, or at least a high suspicion of irregularities. Have a look at this. The sun is about to shine here. What a lovely morning it is. Ghost, mate, thank you so much once again for a stupendous, generous gift there. 10 memberships. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you will enjoy it and will say thank you for it. Air Canada 900, arriving from Montreal. Arie, goedemorgen kerel. Hey, and Ashley King just received notification of having received a membership. Welcome Ashley and enjoy. Lance, good morning. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Simi, good morning. Good to see you again, Simi. Hope all is well. Simi is celebrating today, aka Reticent Wife. 8 months of membership. Let's continue with the celebrations. Woohoo! Whoa, thank you so much, Simi. Not just for your support as a member, of course. In case you guys didn't know, Reticent Wife is the person who is responsible for the automation of membership of the widgets, the automated updating of the meter and runway use. She and Duckman both created. And all the pop-ups that you see, the blue notifications that automatically pop up, that's all her doing. So thank you so much, Simi. That is extremely, extremely, extremely sweet. I still owe you big time. Vueling is up next, arriving from Barcelona, flight 8300. It's an A321. Behind it is Finnair. Sadly not an A350 today, but an A320. Jolly J. Jeanette. Thank you so much for your support as well. 3 months more to come. Once again, a few drizzly droplets. They keep falling. Constantly a few droplets and then it stops again and then it starts again. Full void shouldn't amount to anything substantial, but those short moments, those short bursts of a few droplets may continue going forward in the upcoming hours. I hope it's going to stay dry a bit longer at some point, sooner rather than later obviously, but we'll see. In the meantime, again, Jeanette, thank you so much for your support. Hope everything in the lounge is to your liking. If not, let me know. Dalia, good morning. Drummer, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Fin Air Flight 1301. It's an A320 unmarked. Yo, buddy, what are you doing, mate? Doekman just now gifting 10 memberships. Jarig getrakteerd. Who is celebrating his birthday treats? Is that so? Is it your birthday, buddy? Gefeliciteerd, kerel. Congratulations. And happy birthday then. Assuming it is your birthday today. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, you know that. Thank you so much. I hope that everybody who just now received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it and enjoy the custom emojis that they'll have at their disposal now for a month. Make sure to say thank you to whoever gifted you a membership if you are the recipient of a gifted membership. This is United Airlines Flight 968 and it was looking to me, but now that I see it more up close, it doesn't anymore. For a moment I was thinking it had a black nose and was looking like a retro, but obviously looking at Flight Radar at the picture, you can clearly see it isn't. And now, of course, now that the airplane has gotten a bit bigger, definitely just a quote-unquote regular triple. Arriving from San Francisco, 10 hours, 5 minutes, the journey has taken. This airplane is already 23 years old. First flight was in December 2001. Shortly after 9/11, this airplane began its career. Ah, the birthday was on Wednesday. Well, a belated congratulations, Doekman. Flying Doekman, as he's now known. He used to be known as Doekman, then it became Duckman. I also know him as Buddy. He is also the co-author of the automation of the ticker, so the updating of the runway use, the update of the meter. He and Simi did together. I think Simi did the majority of the weather, and the runway use was a coordinated effort by both of them, for which I am very thankful to both. And Oscar says, thanks for standing in the wind and cold for us. Thank you so much for your donation and thank you for the kind words. Happy to oblige. On days like today, it's not a burden to be out, as long as it's not too rainy. Yesterday the weather was not that great, and also the wind was not picking up until in the evening, late afternoon. It was around twilight. I was actually going over to pick up Lisa at her work. Went out and it was still calm. By the time I arrived at her workplace, it had begun raining pretty intensely and blowing. So that was around 5 o'clock, I think. I'm hoping the weather forecasts will improve a little compared to what I've seen for the weekend, because for tomorrow and Sunday it wasn't looking that great. It's going to be a very, very slow month for AMS Live this month. If this would turn out to be the only day that I was able to stream. Hopefully we'll be able to go out tomorrow and on Sunday as well. Chris Koot doing morning cardio here, swimming in against the wind. A real trooper. Goedemorgen. So Chris Koot also present, and there we have the contours of an A350. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul. Flight time 2 hours and 57 minutes. That is a nominal flight duration for Istanbul Amsterdam. The A350 is a year old, first flight February 2024. Hey Tina, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at Runway 0927, open for arrivals is Runway 27. Wind is blowing from the west to east. In other words, it is mostly headwind for the airplanes that are landing on Runway 27. 27 is the primary runway. Most of the traffic is going there. I think that the center runway is also open for arrivals. But you'll have crosswinds blowing almost perpendicularly to the runway heading. I thought that they would have opened up Buitenveldertbaan already. I thought they were going to do that somewhere today. I thought it was going to be closed until today. But at least this morning it was seemingly still closed. David says it's not windy enough for me, I want crabbing and lots of it. Well, the wind is not the problem, it's the wind direction, I think. Because as you can see, Viagra is very much in the air right now. It's the direction of the wind. That's the issue. That's the issue at hand here. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. If you don't, then don't leave a like. KLM flight 1752 arriving from Hamburg will be next. And there's an Embraer 190 behind it. And can we see it already? Not yet. We should have a 777-300 KLM flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. After the 777-300, that is now number 2. Number 3 will be a 7879 Dreamliner from KLM, which is arriving from Austin in Texas. Hey Gurdeep, good morning. Rico, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. KLM flight 1752, arriving from Hamburg, Embraer 190, 46 minutes to flight time, Papa Hotel, Echo, X-Ray, Yankee. And she is 7 years old, first flight February in 2018. Meanwhile, a big bird is taking off from 18 left. Schiphol taking off south of the crossing with runway 27 so that they can take off uninterruptedly. Have a look at the crab. This airplane is crabbing out. Leaning in against the wind, which is coming from the right, clearly visible. In the meantime, Polkapuk, mate, thank you so much for your continued support. I think I recognize the picture somewhat, but I don't recall your username. Either way, you have now turned green as a member that has been a member for a year. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if something is amiss and I'll see what I can do to make things better. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Polkapuk. Love the name. Next up, KLM 592, arriving from Johannesburg, South. 777-300 10.5 hours underway. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Victor Golf, 13-year-old airplane. First flight, May 2012. Hiya, Paul Kremers. Of course, it makes sense. DB Baseman, good morning. And good morning, everybody else. Next airplane to arrive is going to be KLM flight 668, arriving from Austin, Texas, 787-9 Dreamliner. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Arjan van Vught, who just now gifted 10 memberships. You didn't have to do that, mate. Mate, thank you so much. I hope that everybody who just now received a gifted membership from you will say thank you. Don't forget to enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Hope this is not going to end up in an airplane engine, because that is getting dangerously close to the runway. Somebody lost their shopping bag. Where's bird control? Let's pick this up. Thank you so much for your stupendous generosity. 10 gifted memberships. I hope that everybody who received one will eventually say thank you for it. Enjoy the custom emojis if you are a newly member. Don't forget you can still vote as well. Well, bird control's in the background. What are you doing there, mate? Look at this, can't you see? Come on. I'm blinded. I'm blinded. What is this? A yellow orb. It's blinding me. Well, the silver lining is that the bag isn't getting closer to the runway and is now in an area where the airplanes are still high, so as long as it keeps to the ground and keeps moving in the direction it has been moving, it shouldn't get dangerously close to airplane engines anytime soon, but still not the best sight. Next up is S flight 1553, arriving from Stockholm. This is an A320neo, 1 hour and 58 minutes on the way. Irish registered EISIM, Sierra India Mike. The SIM is coming. 3-year-old airplane, first flight March 2022. Hey John, good morning. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat. Good morning. Adrie, goedemorgen. Ham, goedemorgen. PH Jet, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. JP Kraus, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And we are here at Schiphol Airport, where Storm Benjamin passed over the Netherlands, overnight mostly. Wind began to pick up the end of the afternoon yesterday, around twilight. Right now we are still experiencing relative high winds as a consequence of Benjamin. You can see the windsock pretty erect. Viagra in the air. Howdy Siegfried, goedemorgen. Good morning to everybody else. A350 in the background. Chinese A350. Looks angry. Wants to go back to Chorna, I think. And you'll have to be patient. Patience is a virtue, or at least that's what they say, but people say a lot, so. EasyJet next, flight 22921, arriving from Bristol, that's an A320. Now, if all is well, if I looked on flight radar correctly, there should be a 747 and an A380 underway. Only one 747 before the A380. Sometimes it's busy, sometimes there's hardly any 747s coming in. Now, of course, one that frequented Schiphol Airport we recently lost earlier in the week. Air ACT in Hong Kong, you guys probably all saw it. That was an airplane that did sometimes fly to Schiphol, and I looked it up. I did catch it a few times. Looking at, well, the wind is what's it doing. Just a quick check. 23 knots and more or less from the east. Looking at flight radar, we can see that there is a Cathay Pacific 747 expected around 12:35. The A380 is expected around 40 minutes after that. That is it with respect to quad squad members up till and including the A380. This is KLM, flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. 6 hours, 24 minutes to flight time. Almost exactly the same flight time as Emirates A380 takes to get from Dubai to Amsterdam. 5-year-old airplane, first flight December 2019. Hey Jackie, goedemorgen kerel. Lars, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen. Angelique, goedemorgen. Next airplane is going to be KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris. It's a 737-800. After this 737, we are going to see an SAS A320neo arriving from Copenhagen. Air Canada Flight 808 seems to become the next wide body to land here, which is going to be, by the looks of it, number 4. 3 narrow bodies before it. This 737 and then 2 back-to-back A320 Neos. SAS and BA respectively. Nice Caleb 737, carrying cabin in the back as you can see. Business as usual seemingly. It's looking like a few drizzly droplets are going to fall sometime soon, so let's turn around the camera lens at least. Keep it as dry as possible for as long as possible. WestJet also on the downwind leg north of Amsterdam. Right, a few drizzly droplets now falling. Nee, precies. That wasn't supposed to happen. That was not the deal. And that is a good question, Ricardo. Ricardo wonders in Dutch why the bird control car isn't removing the plastic bag. That's a good question, Ricardo. Ik vraag het me ook af. I also am wondering that. Could be that they didn't see. Dat ze het niet gezien hebben. I'm not sure. Well, I'm standing here now, filming with one hand, holding the umbrella with another, just to keep the camera and phone a bit drier than otherwise would have been the case. Shouldn't get a lot of rain, but there are some showers forming. That the rain has stopped again. That's a good thing, because I also see that my chat has frozen because I had to scroll laterally to see Ricardo's question, and now a pop-up prevents the chat from continuing to update. At least I can get the umbrella out again, put that away. Let's see if I can... oh, well, with a wet phone screen it doesn't work that easily. Lens cleaning check then. First up, the phone screen. That is dry once again. Oh, well, it's not. I think I need to restart the chat window again. That pop-up window seems to be stuck. And let's see. This is the airplane that is preceding Air Canada. Gives me a quick moment. Copy URL. Close chat window, open new tab, copy the link, paste the link that I just copied, Go from top chat to live chat. Scroll down, re-enable split screen, rotate phone, quarter turn, film the landing and then put on my gloves once again. This is BA flight 436, arrived from London, A320neo. Go. Marino, good morning. Kaidos, good morning. Super Eminent, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Schiphol, where the wind is still blowing. Storm Benjamin passed over the Netherlands last night, and we're still experiencing high winds here today from the west. In other words, a good reason for runway 27 to be in use for arrivals, the Buitenveldertbaan, which is where we are standing next to. This is our Canada flight 808, arriving from Toronto. It's a 7878 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 47 minutes on the way. It's the Charlie Golf Hotel Papa X-Ray, 11 years old already. First flight was in October 2014. WestJet, flight 70, next after that, that's a MAX 8737, just about visible over there already. Canadian in bank robber livery, so hide the loot, they're here to get it. And Marino mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Marino just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. A warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines. Those new members, don't forget to say thank you to Marino if you are one of the 5 recipients of his gifted memberships. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. You're not allowed to spam, but you are allowed to use custom emojis if you are a member and use them as much and as inappropriately as you can think of. So get creative with them, make us laugh, but by all means use them. They're there to be had fun with. And Ricardo says that in Wateringen the sun is shining. Well, over here the sun is also shining, but there are clouds in the way. That's the problem over here. The clouds are in the way. And you can see that there are also still droplets falling every now and then. Luckily, it's not very hard, the rain, nor is it continuous. WestJet flight 70 arriving from Halifax in Canada. Up next, this is a MAX 8737, 5 hours and 47 minutes on the way. The plane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in October 2017. Hey, Jetstream Journeys is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. After WestJet, it's going to be an Embraer 175 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, KLM flight 1352. The sun is also shining over there. As you can see, the tower is illuminated by the sunshine, as is the Fokker 100, which is over there at the Panorama Rooftop Terrace, which is publicly accessible. Good morning, Sanders and DJ Rocky. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. We're here at runway 27, which is the primary runway, I think, today, given that the wind is blowing firmly from the west. Hey, BizJet is taking off from runway 22. To see that from the corner of my eye. BizJet on its way. Hey Ilko, goedemorgen. Good morning Ilko. Ilko already celebrating a year of membership. Wait, what? 1 year already? Thanks for the great stream, he writes. Ilko, thank you so much for your continued support. Congratulations on a year of membership and thank you so much for the ongoing support. Another member has turned green. Greenpeace is going to love it. I also am very happy. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Jesper says, greetings from Hangar 4. Greetings back, Jesper. Hangar 4. Where's that? It must be on the other side over there somewhere. More drizzly droplets are falling right now. I can see the hangar number of this one. Ah, there we go. There's hangar 4. That's where Jesper is at. The Martin Air hangar. At least the hangar that has Martin Air's logo on it. Ducky? No, not Ducky. Obviously not a duck. Flying duck. Well, ducks can't fly already. Seagull, Sally Seagull, or Steven. And good morning to Golden, who is tuning in from the LVNL. And Renate is tuning in from Limburg. Goedemorgen, welcome to the show, one and all. The next airplane coming this way is KM Malta, arriving from, you guessed it, Malta. Flight 394, it's an A320neo. After that, 2 triples, one arriving from Cape Town, South Africa, and another one arriving from Shanghai in China. Nice. Now, I do believe that we might have a few droplets on the lens again, so let's clean that first. Yeah, just a few little ones. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at a pretty windy Schiphol airport where runway 27 is now the primary runway for arrivals with wind blowing from the west. Storm Benjamin passed overnight over the Netherlands. And still pretty fierce windy conditions. The windsock has been on Viagra all the while. There's no stopping it. It is excited. This is KM Malta, flight 394, arriving from Malta. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Josie AF, who is celebrating her 17-month membership. Many thanks for the streams. You're welcome, Josie. Thank you so much for the continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better. In the meantime, KM Malta, and then we are going to see 2 777s. This is KLM, flight 598, arriving from Cape Town, South. After that, we are going to see a Chinese 777 freighter. Indeed, Hans Worst, a stiff windsock, absolutely. Beep 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 beep. Thank you, Jeff. Think after the 2 triples, hopefully there will be a good time to put some coins in the meter. Yeah, I think so. Thanks for the heads up, Jeff. no issues landing. Haven't seen any go-arounds yet. For those of you wondering, it is mostly headwind for the airplanes landing on this runway today. As you can see, every landing thus far has been very controlled. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Knut Lechner, who has just now donated via PayPal. I just received notification. May joy, peace and hopes be greater than the sky is high. Thank you so much, Knut, for your support and for your kind words. That is very sweet, Knut. Thank you so much. And they are indeed, Jeff. They definitely are. Yeah, after the 2 triples, I will be going over to the car for just a brief moment. This is... oh. That was my... The wrapper around my umbrella that I all of a sudden saw moving past me. Dankjewel. Laying loose in my utility card. That's just something I'm going to... And that's a good question, Thijs. I am not sure if Polderbaan is going to open up today. Unless the maintenance works have caught delay. It should reopen again today. I'm not sure about the time though. It is a good question. I also had hopes of going to the Polderbaan this morning for Crosswind arrivals, but I saw that Center and 27 were open, and I'm not sure if the Polderbaan is going to open today, and if so, at one time. It might be worthwhile looking at Bezoek Bas. Has that updated already? Does it say anything about Polderbaan being in use in the upcoming hours? I'm thinking as long as the wind is still firmly blowing from the west like it is today, like it is right now, that they are going to keep 27 open as primary runway for arrivals. Hey Johnny, goedemorgen. This is China Cargo Airlines Flight 209 arriving from Shanghai in China. This is a 777 freighter. Flight time has been 11 hours and 8 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in October 2022 and the sun has begun to shine over here. Looking good. I also see that some rain is coming my way. Why do I know? You might wonder. Well, rainbow. That is a lovely rainbow. Right, we are awaiting new traffic. I am quickly heading over to my car to put in some coins in the parking meter. Wat zei je? Oh ja, dat kan. een beetje vandaag is dat niet ongebruikelijk inderdaad. Alright, well, we missed the landing of one narrow body KLM flight 1570 arriving from Porto in Portugal. Next up is going to be JetBlue arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, an A321neo. I also saw a PayPal notification from Knut. Why was I banned from chat? I don't know. Has Knut been banned from chat? That's something that somebody can look into. I'm not aware of that. In the meantime, Sarah also back in the chat. Good to see you, Sarah. Hope all is well. Martin also back in the chat, I see. Good morning, Martin. So this is JetBlue flight 631 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. So the meter is now set at 11. That means that in 2 hours from now I will have to go back and put some more coins in the meter. And he isn't? Okay, Knut is not banned from the chat. So apparently something is going on why Knut thinks he cannot use the chat then. But if all's well, Knut, you should not be banned from the chat and should be able to use the chat as normal. Hopefully it's going to stay dry. The rain droplets that caused the rainbow that we saw just now seems to have passed left of me the way I'm standing right now. So let me reorient. That's north of me. Next up is Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. That's a Bombardier C Series 300. After that we are going to see Lufthansa flight 2302 arriving from Munich. Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. That's a Bombardier C Series 300. 1 hour and 51 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane. First flight was in June this year. Ben asks about P3. Well, P3 is a thing of the past, so doesn't really matter that much. But P3 is better because you have overview. Here you're standing on ground level. At P3 you are standing higher up where you have overview, and that is better. Right, well, hopefully it's going to stay dry. I'm not too sure about it. Looks like we might get a few droplets. 18 left is also in use for departures. As you can see, once those airplanes are in the sky, they are crabbing pretty fiercely. The wind for the airplane now is coming from right to left. Has to lean in against the wind pretty fiercely to make sure it stays on the runway heading, climbing out. And we have Lufthansa flight 2302 arriving from Munich. That's an A319. It's in the Star Alliance livery. Flight time from Munich has been 1 hour and 10 minutes, nominal flight duration. It's already 28 years old. First flight was in 1997 in August. Golden oldie. creep was also there until he dove under. As he almost always does. As soon as he has an inkling of a camera being directed in his direction, being pointed in his direction, he dives under. Just a few small droplets, but as you could see with the landing just now, when you have the sun shining, which now we don't anymore, so that's a silver lining, you can immediately see the patterns, the diffraction patterns, or whatever they're called. Now, this is LAV Enter Air, operated by Air Explorer, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. I'm not exactly sure on behalf of which airline this is flying. Is this Welling? Once again, the rain is starting to fall here. To get the umbrella out once again. Next airplane arriving is UR Airlines, operated by BH Air, arriving from Erbil in Iraq. Seems like the rain has stopped once again. It's weather where the showers are forming ever so slightly land inward as soon as the wind blows air from the North Sea over land. A bit more land inward around the vicinity of Schiphol is where showers start forming, which is why every now and then a few droplets are falling. Good morning, Mervyn, and good morning everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Pretty windy here at Schiphol Airport. Storm Benjamin has passed over the Netherlands overnight, and right now we are still in a field of wind past the area of low pressure that passed over the Netherlands. A nice curly shape if you looked on the weather radar. Now it's starting to rain again. Next up is Tarom. Tarom, flight 361, arrived from Bucharest. A320, all white. Malta Med Air is flying on behalf of Tarom. If it looks windy, it is because it is windy. Windsock pretty erect all throughout the morning. Also a few droplets on the lens, so let me see if I can clean them. Goedemorgen Rudolf. Wat zei je? Ja, zit jij lekker warm in zo'n auto? Ja, kan ik me voorstellen. Ik moet ook zo'n auto hebben waarmee ik op dat fietspad hier mag. Dan kan ik ook van binnen. Het is nog wel te doen. Ja, af en toe gewoon een paar druppeltjes. Dus dat is een beetje irritant. Ik ben de hele tijd de boel aan het schoonmaken. Maar ja, so far so good. Ik vermaak me nog steeds kostelijk. Hopelijk blijft het een beetje droog. Dus rustige dienst tot dusver. Mooi, mooi. Heerlijk, ja, absoluut. Front row seat hier. Ik ga weer eventjes verder met streamen. Ik spreek je. Hoi hoi. In case you're wondering, I was just having a small chit-chat with Officer Rudolph, who was saying, oh, it's very nice and comfy here in my car, la-di-da. Yeah. I said to him, I also need one of those cars that allows me to drive on a cycling path so that I can park my car here and stream from the car. Air France A220, Bombardier C-Series 300 in the meantime, flight 1444, right here. And I was in the process of beginning to clean the lens, but as long as it's still drizzling here, I think I'll wait. Nancy also back in the chat. Good to see you, Nancy. Welcome back. And a warm welcome to everybody else who may have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at windy Schiphol Airport. The wind is blowing from the west. We are standing at a runway 27, the primary runway for arrivals, although 18... no? Yeah, 18 center is also in use now. Or is it? Let's see, yeah, no, 18C is still in use for arrivals as well. This is EasyJet flight 27926 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. That's an A320 Neorio. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Yeah. Light drizzle right now. Let's see, the next airplane arriving is Lufthansa flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. And on the far left you can already see the next airplane behind it. That's KLM flight 1850 and that is an Embraer 190 arriving from Munich. Next up, Lufthansa flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. That's an A320. Flight time 49 minutes. This is the Delta Alpha India Zulu Juliet, 15 years old. First flight September 2010. Right now it's looking like it might stay dry again, so let's give it a go and see if I can get the camera lens dry again. See if it will be for a bit longer than just 5 minutes this time around. Next airplane arriving is KLM flight 1850, arriving from Munich. While I'm at it, let's also clean my phone screen. Have those surfaces dry again. Oh! What's happening there? Is it going for a breakaway, landing to runway 24? Yeah, I think it's going to runway 24. It's a breakaway landing to runway 24. It's going to land on the Kaagbaan. We've seen this before. So what it now does is it breaks away to the left, goes over to runway 24, the Kaagbaan, used for departures this morning, but it is going to land on it. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Next up is going to be ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan. That's an A319. Coming in next. There's the A319. Let's see if I can also use this time to clean my glasses a little. Those still have droplets on them. More Pauls in the chat. Good to see you. Good morning, Paul. ITA Airways flight 120 is next, arriving from Milan. It's an A319. All right. Is it sunny in England? Is that so? Over here, I don't think we're going to see the sun anytime soon. I saw rain droplets and clouds on the weather forecast for tomorrow and for Sunday and for Monday too. That low pressure area that caused Storm Benjamin apparently is going to bother us the next couple of days here in the Netherlands. Save the moment, guys, if you are enjoying sunshine right now. If it is sunny, it isn't England. The glitch in the matrix is what it is. Our favorite airline that gets towed around the airport is next to land, Indigo, flight 21, arriving from Mumbai. 8 hours and 50 minutes underway. 7879 Dreamliner, Lima November FNC, Foxtrot November Charlie, the one that is always being sent over here. For now. I already thought that it wasn't sounding like normal, but only briefly. Well, enjoy it. This airplane is 7 years old, first flight May 2018. The engines that you're hearing are of what looks to be an E2 from KLM. No, an A321neo. It's an A321neo taking off from 18 left. So, current status quo, looking to the west, this is what it looks like. Looking to the north, this is what it looks like. Looking to the south, this is what it currently looks like. This is looking to the east, where the airplanes are arrived from. Gerard, greetings. Servus, tuning in from Austria. Where in Austria are you tuning in from? Herzlich willkommen. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. KLM flight 1358 arriving from Prague on the right. That's in the foreground. That's an A321neo and an Air Arabia Maroc A320 arriving from Nador on the left. Third airplane also visible already. That's ITA Airways flight 108 arriving from Rome. That's an A320neo. This is KLM flight 1358, A321neo arriving from Prague, 1 hour 9 minutes on the way, Fax D, Papa Hotel, Alpha X-Ray Delta. It's a brand new airplane, first flight December 2024. Sarah says, get a McDonald's burger. They used to have vegetarian burgers, now they only have vegetarian chicken burgers or something. Here in the Netherlands, if you want to get a vegetarian burger, you need to go to the competitor. Because the Golden Arches don't cater to vegetarians that well. They used to have more on the menu, but these days it's just a vegetarian chicken burger, which they have. Why they have a McCrocket burger or something? I've tried them. I wasn't impressed. I think the competition does better. Here in the Netherlands, everything that isn't vegetarian, they also have in a vegetarian version. It's the king, so to speak. Next up is Air Arabia Maroc flight 121 arriving from Nador, which is in Morocco, which is in the north of. This is an A320. Flight time 2 hours and 55 minutes. The Charlie November Mike Hotel, 13 years old, first flight May 2012. ITA Airways A320neo arriving from Rome next after that. Angry-looking Chinese A350 on the move. Who set that one loose? That's probably going to take off from 18 left, isn't it? Now the question is, will it take off from the threshold or will it take off? I think it's going to the threshold, isn't it? Yeah, the A350 certainly is looking like it's going to the threshold. We'll not be able to see that from here, not only because there are some guys in the front, but there's also fence work still in the back. But we should be able to see it rather well once it gets rolling. The pilot of ITA landing here without any issues. And Bobbers mate, thank you so much for your kind words and for your support. Another top show from Boy. Thank you so much, Bobbers. Glad to hear you are appreciative of what I'm doing here. I hope that goes for everybody. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the show, leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. And make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live shows. While we're waiting for the Chinese A350 to line up and go. This is KLM flight 1828 arriving from Stuttgart. And a G will be next after that. A GN A321neo arriving from Athens. This is KLM flight 1828 arriving from Stuttgart. Number 190. I'm thinking that the A350 will have to wait. The A321neo from Aegean is also not too far away, but then again I might be wrong. The A350 is already lined up. After all, so I'm flying on behalf of KLM. Something that we've recently seen more times before. There's the A350. That's the Bravo 18903. So that is ready to go. Seems to be holding, so I'm thinking Aegean will land first. Maybe the the A320neo behind this Aegean will also first land. I'm not sure. Oh. Evan also back. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. The G soon to be in the house. At Schiphol, you hear "mind your step." Make sure that you don't trip over the automated escalators and whatnot. Mind your cash is more appropriate for the G. We have a G in the house now. Or, yeah, there's the touchdown. Alright. What about the A350? Still holding. No, it's moving. It's moving. Right, this airplane is now taking off with crosswind blowing perpendicularly. Have a look when this airplane gets off the ground, how it's going to crab. It's going to turn to the right with its ass towards us, just to stay on course in line with the runway. Flying to the south. There you go. This is crabbing out, ladies and gentlemen. And Hadi van Maurik, thank you so much for your kind words and for your generous donation. Such a pleasure to watch your channel, boy. Thanks for your efforts. Thank you once again for your kind words and for your donation, Harry. You didn't have to do that, but I'm very appreciative of the fact that you did it anyway. Thank you so much. Next airplane landing here is EasyJet, arriving from Venice. After that, the Chinese triple. Drizzly droplets once again have returned. Peter K also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Stove, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Chinese triple up next, arriving from Shanghai in China. That's China Southern Cargo Flight 451. So this is China Southern Cargo Flight 451 arriving from Shanghai in China. 11 hours and 5 minutes underway. The airplane is 10 years old. First flight May 2015. Meanwhile, Jackie is celebrating a little celebration for 28 months of membership. 28 months, 2 years and 4 months. Mate, thank you so much for such long-standing support. And not just as a member, but also as a valued moderator. I hope both are still to your liking, Jackie. If not, let me know. Jackie, thank you so much for your ongoing support. And if anything in the lounge is amiss, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Also, a big thank you to Peter K, who just now gifted the membership. Good morning to Wolfgang. And also a massive big thank you to Didinho078, who gifted no less than 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you to whoever gifted you a membership. Have fun with custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. And don't forget to vote. You can still vote. There's an election, there is a poll running to decide what to do with the poll results that might have been tinkered with. You guys can choose either to continue with vodka bottle as a the new successor to playtime, or I make a poll of with the 4 winners, or at least the 4 most voted for options of the poll, but do that in YouTube for members only, so only members are eligible to vote, and we do another poll. In the process of also replacing my heated gloves that went out. Next up is Transavia flight 5794 arriving from Prevetsa. Which one is this? That's just a standard 737-800. Let's see. Next after that, an Embraer 175, another Embraer 175. Oh dear, looks like it's all Embraer 175s for the time being after this. Is runway 18 center still open? It does look like it is still open. There is a Zoish Aviation Beach 200 King Air arriving from, where is this? Coming from Newcastle. I think that's going to land either on runway 22 or on runway 27. So that's a nice little bonus coming this way. If I'm not mistaken, in an hour or so from now we should start see the first and only 747 that is expected before the A380 is. A380 I thought was expected around 1:15. Let's have a quick look and see. Looking on flight radar, we can see that EasyJet Jesus is flying to Edinburgh from Geneva, so Jesus will not be visiting the Netherlands. not seeing Transavia Retro anytime soon. We do have Cathay Pacific flight 65. Around 12:37 is the estimated time of arrival, so that's in an hour and 10 minutes from now. The Emirates A380 is expected around 1:16. That should be a candidate for this runway. If we look at a visualization of the meter, the ticker automatically shows the updated meter. That goes automatically. Here we can see what the current status quo is like. We're standing right next to runway 27, so it's headwind for the airplanes that are landing here. Light showers and rain, 21 knots with gusts up to 31 and scattered clouds at 2,600 feet. That's the current status quo. Once again, it's starting to rain again. And I hear that the Coast Guard is taking off. There it is. Now, my phone screen is getting really wet. For the time being, Embraer 175 arriving from Nuremberg. Right, time to clean lenses. Just make sure that the phone screen is somewhat dry. If those droplets that are pretty sizable start rolling, my phone interprets that as scrolling, and that is detrimental to the live chat. Right, that Beach 200 is coming this way. Has turned in. It's looking like it's coming to runway 22. Means that we'll probably get a break of traffic to runway 27. This might be the last airplane to runway 27 for just a few moments. This is KLM flight 1230. Embraer 175 arriving from Gothenburg. Hey, Alan is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Clouds, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Schiphol Airport, runway 27 Buitenveldertbaan. Winds blowing from the west. Viagra has been in the air all throughout the morning. That's far. An occasional drizzly droplet as well. Alright, now is that the A350? Yep, it is. Singapore A350 taking off from runway 24 in a few moments. The PH EXJ is on its way, Jeff says, after going around. Is taking off from runway 18 left over here, all to Tel Aviv. And I'm wondering where KLM flight 1030 is going to go to. Is it going to follow the beach to runway 22? Because it certainly is looking like it. Once again, a few droplets are starting to fall here. And Echo X-Ray Juliet landed safely here. Now there's definitely a rain shower coming this way. Time to buckle up. I'm waiting for the beach. That should be pretty close by already. Raining absolutely cats and dogs right now. Alright. I think we've seen the most of it. Right. Jesus indeed. Jesus. Let me quickly wipe the water that has formed on my bags that I have my equipment in, take it off so that that at least can dry ASAP. Let's have a quick check of the equipment in the laptop tent. Yeah, that still seems to be perfectly dry. No problem there. Power station is also mostly dry. The bag definitely a little wet. Taking in inventory, just checking. I see a bit of water under the laptop tent, under the power supply. Yeah, that should be good again. So it's looking like runway 22 has begun. They've begun to use the Schiphol Oostbaan instead of runway 27. Let me also quickly make my phone dry again. Might be worthwhile to have a look on omgevingsinfo in a moment. See what the runway use is going to be like. Right, camera lens dry, camera LCD dry. Lastly, also important, my own glasses. So it looks like runway 22 is now in use for arrivals together with the center runway. There's an A320 from EasyJet coming in from Krakow. Should be next to land here. All right. Now, let's see, the A320 should not be too far off anymore. EasyJet A320 arrived from Krakow. Question is, where will that airplane become visible? Trees are obscuring the glide slope visibility somewhat. We are only going to see it pretty last minute. Ah, there it is. So this is EasyJet arriving from Krakow, going to runway 22. Right, so current big picture overview, this is what it looks like. Maybe a few more droplets over there. There is a bit of a rainbow next to the golden arches. Departures over there. And I'm wondering what runway use is going to be like. So let's have a look while we're waiting for traffic. Have a look at Bezoekbus, see what the expected runway use at least will be like. Let's see, the meter of course, and Bezoekbus is the website for expected runway use. Don't like that they've changed the layout, but it's still somewhat decently reachable. Yeah, runway 27 should be in use all throughout the upcoming hours for landings, is what it says over here. Runway 27 for landings all throughout the upcoming hours. So if all's well, business should continue as normal. Meanwhile, I see that a bonus queen is also coming this way at Paris right now, but also coming this way. So that's two Cathay Pacific cargo 7478s coming this way. If this one is going to leave shortly, they might arrive here almost simultaneously. So that means two 747s and the A380 are still underway. So let's have a quick look at what the official runway use is like right now. We are standing right here at the threshold of runway 27, which is still in use for arrivals together with the center runway 18 left, and runways 24 are being used for outbound traffic. The meter is now showing a 21 knot wind with light showers and rain. Well, what we saw just now is not exactly light showers. But at least the silver lining is they're short-lived. Once again, I am seeing, oh well, I saw Gary Grebe, he was here next to the drain pipe. Ah, there he is, Gary Grebe, Mother Ducker. So there is a busiest arriving from Paris, which is going to runway 22. And KLM flight 1902 arriving from Vienna is arriving to runway 27 by the looks of it. There's still a Chinese A350 over there. Nice to see. There's also a person next to the tow truck. Looks like the A350 is going to be tugged back to one of the gates pretty soon. Flying south of us is a Qatar 777 arriving from Paris. Something that you don't see every day. No Indy tows we have seen super eminent. Not yet. Now, the NetJets C68A. That's a Cessna Citation Latitude is over the city of Amsterdam. We should see it land on runway 22 in a few moments from now. Crossing the I. And the 737 arriving from Vienna is just south of Almere, so that's also underway, a few minutes out still. Just says Nippon 747 on the move as well. Don't have it in sight just yet. No, that's not the tail of Nippon, is it? Don't think it is. Right, Cessna Citation should be getting visible in a few moments from now. It is approaching. So too is the 737 arriving from Vienna. I'm not sure if we can see it already. Don't think we can. Don't have the lights in sight yet. Probably over there through the woods we should be able to see that Cessna Citation in a few moments. Nippon likely to depart from runway 24. That's a pity. Couldn't it just take off from 18 left, or where is it going to? That's of course the most important question. There's the BizJet. BizJet arriving from Paris and landing on runway 22 here. Next up is KLM flight 1902 arriving from Vienna. That's a 737-800. Behind it should be a KLM 737 as well. And the Qatar triple is next after that. Hij gaat geloof ik via 24. Nippon cargo now also has been sighted near the threshold. Turkish 350 in the process of being pushed back. Nippon cargo over there. 777 from Emirates as well. Next arrival over here, KLM flight 1216 arriving from Stockholm. That's the 737-800. It is looking like the airplanes are rocking a bit more than they did earlier in the morning. Not a single go around yet, for those of you wondering. Emirates. Next after that, probably the 747. I think it might be. Emirates flight 146. So everything taking off to the east is now also using runway 24. So I'm thinking runway 24 has become the only runway for outbound traffic at the moment. That is interesting. Normally there are two runways open between 11:40 and 1. So they're probably doing something different with the runway use today. In the meantime, we also have Qatar 777 arriving from Paris next. Arriving from Paris. This is Qatar flight 8202 arriving from Paris. Flight time 48 minutes, 777 freighter, 5-year-old airplane, first flight July 2020. 747 is also taking off now. Nippon Cargo on its way to what, Milan? Very flat landing. Those wheel barely above the ground when the main gear touched down. Low pitch. There's the 747 taking off. On its way to Frankfurt. Thank you, Storm Eagle. Time to replace one of the batteries of my heated gloves. Right hand starting to get cold. Quick replacement. Battery number 4. Right, let's turn back. KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh is up next. See, this is KLM 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in March 2019. Picture overview, this is what it looks like. More or less bluish skies, the sun also sometimes creeping out from behind the clouds. Vueling will be next, Vueling flight 8365 is that? And another wide body behind it. Suparna 777, which I think is a channel first. I've seen it a couple of times before already, but not while I was streaming. So Suparna also started flying 777s to Amsterdam. It's a bloody shame. Less and less 747s visiting Schiphol Airport. It is a bloody shame. This is Vueling flight 8365 arriving from Malaga. A320, 2 hours and 32 minutes on the way. The airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in November 2011. Adi Michael, goedemorgen, and good morning to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Runway 27, the Buitenveldertbaan. Primary number for arrivals, north from west. Not a single go-around we have seen thus far, at least not on this runway. The airplanes are landing into headwind. But it is pretty windy, as you can see in the water. And also the windsock is still on Viagra. Very excited windsock today. Very aroused. Now if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and maybe subscribe to the channel if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams. We were pretty close to getting to 45k subscribers today. Not sure if we've crossed that already. Probably not, because it's a psychological level and you always get hesitation. It would be nice if we were to cross it today, but I'm not counting on it. Partner Airlines flight 87447 is arriving from Shanghai, China. It's a 777 freighter. And I think it's a channel premiere. 11 hours and 3 minutes it has taken to get here. The Bravo 227 uniform, brand new. First flight September this year. So this airplane is really brand new. A warm welcome to Saparna, but I prefer their 747s to be honest. Would you like some spray with that? Rafe is asking if the Polderbaan is already open. I'm not sure. That's the honest answer. I thought they were going to open it today. I'm not sure with the current winds if they are going to. From what I can see, it doesn't look to be open already. But on paper, it should open up again today, at some point. Hey Gertin, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody. The sun is now shining once again. K2 on premises. Hopefully, if there's another bag, it'll keep it in check. The sun is shining. Turkish is taking off. Turkish A350 over there. Have a look. The airplane is leaning in against the wind. It's crabbing out. KLM flight 1406 arriving from Paris. Adi Erik, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. Bits of blue in the sky over here. Then again, clouds are also drifting in rather quickly. Hoping no more new showers. Transavia is arriving from Ibiza, so this is the Ecstasy Express. Where did I see it? There it is. The Ecstasy Express arriving from Ibiza, Transavia flight 5672, 2 hours and 17 minutes. The flight time has been thus far. The Papa Hotel, Hotel Zulu November, 21 years old, first flight March 2004. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Basel behind it. And KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX next after that. Have we seen Delta A330s already this morning? Maybe once or twice. The vast majority of them have landed on the central runway this morning. Have a look, it is a school vacation in the Netherlands, so you can see at the terrace itself a lot of people have gathered in the meantime. Now, a bit of blue in the sky. Can we see contrails? Answer, I for one am not. That's not to say that there aren't any, but not in that quadrant of the sky that is now blue. Me myself wonders if the landing fees are higher when you get a free plane wash. I don't know. Could be. And Wolfgang says that Iceland Air Flight 500 brings us a 767-300 in the pink standard livery. Oh yeah, indeed, Groucho Ken, the A330 Neo from Salt Lake City. Yeah, so maybe one or two we have seen. Not as much. Not as many as normally would have been the case. KLM flight 1944 arriving from Basel. After this, we are going to see KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX. And this is 75 years of herpa derpa derpa. Droplets are falling. Let me quickly turn back the camera. Shield the camera lens from droplets. Doesn't look like it's a very substantial shower. Let's see if we can get by without the umbrella. Next up, KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX, 787-10 Dreamliner, 10 hours and 10 minutes on the way. A lot of 10s. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo India, BKI. That's 5 years old already. The first flight was in August 2020. Big airplane taking off from 18 left. On the far left in your screen you can see KLM flight 758, which is arriving from Panama City. That's 777-200. Hey there Badgerman, good morning. And good morning Penthorn. And everybody else. Jessica, good morning. I for one am doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well, Jessica. Hope you guys are all enjoying what you're seeing. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't done so already. If you want to help the channel grow and if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Intense flight it is indeed, NJ. Intense. 10 out of 10 landing as well. And another rainbow right next to the Golden Arch. So it does look like the majority of that shower is going to pass north of me. This is KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City, 777-200, 9 hours and 53 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Oscar BQO, 18-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in January 2007. Hey, Yin is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Yin. Welcome back, buddy. Hope all is well. People sometimes say, whoa, are there no fences at Schiphol? Well, there certainly are. Here is one case in point. Next up should be KLM flight 1284 arriving from Aalborg. That windsock hasn't changed significantly in shape or direction since we began streaming this morning. Lots of wind still blowing from the west, as you guys can see. Viagra is very much in the sky. If you look in the ticker, you will see that the weather report, the METAR, updates automatically. We can also have a visualization of the winds. I'm refreshing the page. Let's bring it in. So the wind has once again picked up code yellow for the wind, 24 knots of wind from 250 degrees. So a little bit of crosswind for the airplanes that are landing on runway 27 over here. A little bit of headwind, crosswind from the left. Still scattered clouds at 2,600 feet. 10 plus kilometers of visibility, no ceiling, and if we go to the Dutch Met Office website, still code yellow for wind gusts in the north, the islands. And you can see right here in the center of the country there's an area of forming showers, and that is what is bothering us. You can see that in the south and in the north a lot of the country is actually clear of any rain, but it's right here in the middle where Schiphol Airport and Amsterdam are located that you have these clouds forming. Typical local weather. Next up, KLM flight 1284 arriving from Aalborg. That's an Embraer 175. Alrighty, Delta A330neo arriving from Seattle. Storm Eagle is announcing. That's good news, mate. Thanks for the heads up. Lovely clouds over here at a distance, a bit south of us. Looks nice. Bits of blue over here as well. This is where we now need to look to see where the wind is coming from. 250 degrees, so that's a little bit to the left of directly to the west, 270 degrees. And here's our next arrival. It's an Embraer 190. John Singleton also back in the chat. Good to see you, John. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. This is KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg. It is an Embraer 190 in the DTM livery. So I expect to see a couple of Porsches on the right hand side. Flight time 54 minutes. Your plane 17 years old, hailing from 2008, the month not specified on flight radar. Deutsche Tourwagenmeisterschaft. That's a Dreamliner looking to go out via 18 left in a few moments. Mark H is also back, good to see you. Olaf, also back, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody, hope you're doing well. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are here at the Buitenveldertbaan, runway 27. Winds are blowing from the west. Next airplane arriving is KLM flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen in Scotland. KLM flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen. It should be followed by a Turkish or A-Jet A321neo. A-Jet probably is what they are supposed to be called these days. Bombardier C-Series flying on behalf of Austrians, that's Air Baltic. And then Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. Hey Rodney, also back in the chat. Good to see you, Rodney. And you're welcome. This is what it looks like south of me. The sun is shining. Lovely cloud formations. Hey, Grüße Werner, Grüße zurück und herzlich willkommen. Dreamliner. In the meantime, over there at the threshold of 18 left. German Airways, number 190, landing gear. Crossing traffic. Intersecting the runway. The Embraer has landed, so I'm thinking maybe they will clear the Dreamliner now. Or maybe not. Not yet. The A321 from AJet will land first then. AJet A321neo arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Or at least the picture on Flight Radar says it still has Anadolu Jet on it, on its livery. Not sure. Hey Matt, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Hey there AMS spotter, good afternoon. 3 hours and 14 minutes this flight has taken to get here from Istanbul. Usually it's around 3 hours, so they probably had a little bit of headwind, which I'm not surprised by. Oh, no banking left and right. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Will the Dreamliner get clearance for departure for takeoff after this landing? Could be. Still not. No, wait, it is moving. It is moving. It's definitely moving. In the meantime, Mark H. Mate, thank you so much for your stupendous, generous gift there. 10 gifted memberships. That is incredible. You didn't have to do that, Mark, but thank you for doing it. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you for it. And will enjoy the custom emojis that they'll now have at their disposal for a month. Make sure to have fun with those custom emojis. And don't forget to say thank you to Mark if you were one of the recipients of his 10 gifted memberships just now. Mark, once again, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. KLM shining like a mofo. Lovely to see. A220 Air Baltic flying on behalf of Austrian, arriving from Vienna, flight 379. Delta flight 144. Next after this, arriving from Bill J's hometown of Seattle, Washington. Hey, Contrail has been sighted. They're there. They're still there. Now, this is what I'm seeing when looking to the south. Looks good. Looks pretty. This is Delta Airlines Flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. This is an A330neo. Flight time 9 hours and 18 minutes. The November 431 Delta X-Ray. This airplane is a year old. First flight was in October 2024. if I am not mistaken, the 747s should not be too far out any longer. So let's see after this landing where they are. There was already one Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 underway, if I recall correctly, coming in from Dubai. And there was also one at Paris that was ready to leave not too long ago, I think half an hour or so ago. Right, here are the next airplanes coming. Let's have a quick look and see where those 747s are at. Let's get Flight Radar in. Here we are. It's getting interesting. We have two Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478s approaching the Netherlands. One is about to enter Dutch airspace. This one is expected in 25 minutes from now. This one is expected 3 minutes after that, still in French airspace. For some reason I think this might be a bit later than 3 minutes after the other one. Emirates is still expected around 1:12. So that's good. Next up, KLM flight 682 arrived from Vancouver, Canada, 777-200 This airplane has been flying for 8 hours and 33 minutes. The Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Echo BQE, 21-year-old airplane, first flight January 2004. Thank you, Werner Reimann. Schlecht Wettergeld, we say in Germany. Gruß aus Jever. Thank you so much for the donation via PayPal just now, Werner, and thank you so much for the kind words. Schlecht Wettergeld, ja, das brauchen wir hier heute. Absolutely. Although, as long as it stays dry, that's the most important thing. KLM Flight 682 is about to land here, arriving from Vancouver. And after this, we are going to see Transavia arriving from Thessaloniki. 737-800. Next airplane arriving, Transavia flight 5806, arriving from Thessaloniki. 2 hours and 44 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel X-Ray November, 6 years old, first flight December 2018. guys, I haven't even drank a single sip of vodka, so let me pour me a small glass and take some juices in. In the meantime, Bart has also arrived on the scene. Ja joh, geen probleem. Geen probleem. Bart wondering if he is in the picture. Absolutely he isn't. Unless I zoom out and zoom in on him. So, Transavia arriving from Thessaloniki in Greece. Flight time 2 hours and 45 minutes. 6-year-old airplane. Oh dear. A few drizzly droplets beginning to fall here. Shouldn't amount to much by judging the clouds. It's probably not going to be very rainy. Aditya, good morning. Sun is arriving from Guayaquil in 20 minutes. Well, if he's landing here, we should be able to film that pretty nicely, Thea. Arriving from Guayaquil, which is in? But you all knew that already. Hey, Lisa is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome back. Now, apparently there's something wrong with the audio. It was sounding good when I checked before going live. So anything that you guys are noticing with echoes, I need to listen back to at home. That's something I can fix right away. Hope it's not too severe. This is KLM flight 1174 arriving from Stavanger and Membraer 190. I am assuming that the 747 that has entered Dutch airspace from the east has been assigned runway 27 already. This is the Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Oscar Viso, 15 years old, first flight March 2010. Droplets once again falling. Storm Eagle says we will all die because of a little echo. Well, at least die watching something you enjoy watching then, such as this stream. Hope you guys are still enjoying despite the echo at times. I will look into that at home and see if it's a setting or something. To my knowledge, there shouldn't be anything causing an echo, so the only thing I can think of, but then it should be a consistent echo, is if there is a timing difference between the microphone for voiceover and ambient, but you're not hearing me on the ambient that much if all is well. So I'm not really sure. Might be the wind. There is a lot of wind, even though you don't hear it that much. The windsock is erect all throughout the times. E2 Embraer 195 arrived from Newcastle, KLM flight 954. Once again, rain is now falling. Try to get the umbrella out in a moment. Already the keyboard on my phone screen has come out. That's droplets affecting or well, I think it's almost dry. No, still rain. Gonna get the umbrella out for as long as it is necessary. Oh, the flight radar also acting up, showing me all types of map options. Let's see, next airplane coming in should be EasyJet flight 22530, an A319 arriving from Bristol. Which is right over there. On to the 100,000 subscribers, Ghost in the Machine says, well, maybe in 100 years from now. But let's see if we can clear 45k first. Not sure when that is going to happen. Probably not today. There's always a sticking point around round numbers, in my experience. Alright, now it's gone dry again, so let me quickly wipe the camera lens before interesting 747s are arriving. I am assuming, but I'm not seeing the chat right now, I am assuming that the Cathay Pacific has been assigned to runway 27 and should be coming this way soon. In the meantime, I'm clearing lenses and cameras, phone screens. Quite a few droplets on my phone screen as well. Those, once they start rolling, always trigger unwanted things. Oh shit, now I've lost the chat altogether. It means I have to copy paste the URL first. I'm also cleaning my glasses. Not able to see your chat right now. Cleaning the glasses first. Now I first need to go back to notes. Live chat URL. Copy. Close notes. Reopen the browser. Paste the link. Make sure to go from top chat to live chat. Zoom in, scroll down. Re-enable split screen. Turn back the camera a quarter turn. And we should be good again. I'll put back on the heated gloves after filming this landing. This is EasyJet arriving from Bristol, A319, flight 25530. I also mustn't forget to put some more coins in the meter. Let's see, we have narrow bodies right now and a wide body coming in as number 3. So let me first quickly go over to the car and make sure to put in some more coins in the machine. Yeah, I am, absolutely.
Belgian Rail on YouTube. I think I follow your...
What's your name?
Belgian Rail.
Belgian Rail.
I don't talk much on the chat, but...
I remember that name. Welcome.
Nice to see you.
Well, thank you. Nice that you guys come over. You chose a good day to be coming over here. Except for the droplets every now and then. Belgian Rail also here in real life. And after having put some coins in the parking meter, we can once again be on our way for another 2 hours. This is Air Oink Oink arriving from Istanbul, A321neo. Air Oink Oink. Ray Wonders ground crew. Whoa, there's people over here all the time. There are people at the terrace. A lot of people. Belgian Rail and his mate are over here. In the background you can see Bart, V1 Aviation. So lots of people are over here. Let's have a look at Bart's camera, and there you go. Don't we have a autofocus? Oh yeah. There we go. Same tripod as I had. Yeah, looking at Bart's equipment, there you can see microphone, pretty big lens, lovely Sachtler tripod as well, which is also what I am using, although he has the XL and I have the M version. More or less the same internals. Good tripods, absolutely. This is KLM flight 1774 arriving from Berlin, Embraer 175, and behind it is an A330 flight 765 arriving from Bonaire. Waves in the water and Viagra in the sky. Still. There you go, Wolfgang. There's your answer. Answered by the man himself. This is KLM flight 765 arriving from Bonaire. A330-200, flight time has been 9 hours and 9 minutes. It's the PH-AOC as a what the fuck is going on. 19-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in October of the year 2005. Not using an iPhone, Bart. That's below the belt, Paul. That's below the belt. Bart is better than that. Bart has standards, you know that. Thank you for the kind words, Robert Johnson, who says, love your channel, amigo. Dank u wel. Thank you for the kind words, mate. Glad to hear you are enjoying. I hope that goes for everybody. Don't forget, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, leave a like and maybe subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams going forward. It's time for another Qatar 777 freighter arriving from Doha this time around. Flight 8207, 6 hours and 12 minutes on the way. It's the Alpha 7 BFI, best friend internally. I don't know, not eternally, but internally. 9-year-old airplane, first flight April 2016. After that, an airplane that you might want to look away from if you are gluten intolerant, because it might give you the cramps otherwise. KLM 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia is now number 3. Can we see the 777 already? EasyJet was banking a little bit. If we get to 1,000 likes today in the show while live. I also will perform another airplane dance. There's a special custom emoji for members, which I'm sure they will be happy to show you. It is a depiction of me doing an airplane dance, which is what I'll do at 1,000 likes while live. If you want to see, make sure you press like. But where is the airplane causing the contrail? Is it moving left to right or right to left? Either way, I'm not seeing the culprit any longer. It is looking like it was a quad-engined airplane producing the contrail, so pity that we don't see the airplane causing it. Indeed, Bert Blankenstein says if the windstock is still strong after 4 hours, call a doctor. That's called priapism. And that is a medical condition that needs medical assistance. Hey Yillard, also good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Bart is already announcing it is about to be queen time. I can see her already on flight radar, now looking to be the 4th to arrive here. Nice back and forth between narrow bodies and wide bodies. Here we have an EasyJet narrow body, then a 777-300, then an Embraer 190, and then the first of the two 747-8s. The 747 cargo is also over the Hague now, so they're not too far off. That's good news. And there's also a little doggo over here running, having fun. Oh yeah. Yay. Look at that. What a cheerful little buddy. Right, this is KLM Flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's a 777-300 7 hours and 46 minutes away. The PHBVW. 4-year-old airplane, first flight January 2021. After this, an Embraer 190 from London, arriving from London City, which we are not going to follow. That's the fate of airplanes that are narrow-bodied and are preceding quad squad members. Da 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 da. Boofy Cat 290 says first time here. The channel is fantastic to watch. Absolutely, thank you. Great to hear you're enjoying. Hope that goes for everybody. Make sure to drop a like if you're enjoying yourselves. Hit subscribe if you want to stay in front of live streams going forward. And don't forget to tell a friend who might also be interested in aviation. So there are two Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8s on their way. The other one is arriving from Paris and is not too far away. The airplane we are now looking at is number 9 on flight radar, tracked by 603 people. Rookie numbers compared to what we have as viewers over here. I'm sure we can get this airplane a bit higher up in the top 5 on flight radar if we all join forces together. Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 65 is arriving from Dubai World Center, and the flight time has been 7 hours and 48 minutes, which is significantly longer than the average flight time of the A380 when it comes from Dubai. It usually takes 6.5 hours. This Cathay Pacific has taken the scenic route, 7 hours 48 minutes. Registration of this airplane is the Bravo Lima Juliet Bravo. It's 13 years old. The first flight was in November 2011. And wouldn't it be nice if it did a go around? Yeah, Muis says in the US you can get arrested for that, boy, you know. Hashtag Imperial March. You guys can get arrested in the US for anything these days, and if you misbehave, the army will be sent to your city. But let's keep it focused at the aviation. Strange times we are living in. Oh, and have a look at this. Have a look at this. There's the next one, which is going to land here shortly. Sadly no go around, but you could hear those reversers quite well, couldn't you? It is Airwolf. Well, not really. I'd like to think it's Airwolf. More Cathay Pacific, it's a Cathay Pacific combo shot. The A350-1000 is on its way to the threshold of 18 left to take off to Hong Kong, flight 270. Lovely combo shot there. Mario, guten Tag und herzlich willkommen. Busiest coming in. Busiest coming in. Let's have a look at it. Is this... no, that's not Max Verstappen. It makes you wonder. It looks pretty black. It's not showing on flight radar, so it doesn't have AMS as destination, most likely. It's not landing on the Oostbaan, runway 22, no breakaway landing. Not sure exactly which jet this is, but it is looking sleek. Lovely machine. This jet arrived from Malaga. Falcon 2000 LXS. Thank you, Storm Eagle. There's the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 near the threshold of 18 left. Not yet lined up. There's the other Cathay Pacific. That's the Cargo 7478, the first of two. Another one is about to land here in a few minutes from now. So the A350-1000 is still waiting to line up on 18 left. E2 Embraer 195 in the meantime landing here. As you can see, a few drizzly droplets. Now the A350 seems to be continuing. Droplets have stopped falling, so let me quickly clean the lens before the A350 is going to take off. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong. Over there, lining up. Runway 18 left. It's looking like the Embraer 195 is going to land first. There's a lot to see here at Schiphol Airport. As you guys can see. Very polished landing there. Absolutely great. Now, unfortunately, the Queen is already arriving. I'm not sure if the A350 is going to take off or if it will wait now. It does seem to be moving ever so slowly. Yeah, it's going. Cathay Pacific A350-1000 on its way to Hong Kong. It's the Cathay Pacific Power Hour. To Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478s. And in between is A350-1000. The wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading of the A350, so from right to left the wind is blowing. Look at the airplane after rotation. Once it's cleared the ground, it's going to turn with the tail towards us. Yeah, there you go. It's crabbing, but it's crabbing out to make sure that it's climbing in the direction of the runway heading. Next up, the next 747. Cathay Pacific Cargo flight 2014 is next. It's arriving from Paris. Short flight. There you go. Number 8 on flight radar, tracked by 719 people. Flight time from Paris has been 51 minutes thus far. It's the Bravo Lima Juliet Golf, 13 years old, first flight February 2012. Now, if I'm not mistaken, in 20 or so minutes from now, the next arrival should be the Emirates A380. It's probably in Dutch airspace by now. Has it officially been assigned to runway 27 already? I assume it has. Cathay Pacific galore indeed, PH Jet. Absolutely. That black bizjet is also taxiing back. Thea says Sun already landed probably on another runway. Yeah, probably on the center runway. I see that Iceland Air is now also landing on that runway, A767. So he probably landed over there then. And thank you for the kind words, Daniel. Brilliant camera work at Cathay. Well, the lighting is all out of my control. And there's the Iceland Air 767 that I was alluding to earlier. Landed on the center runway. You can see the rollout in the distance. So I'm assuming that the A380 has been assigned to runway 27 by now. Have a look, it's very busy. Also here at the Spottersplatz. Next airplane arriving is Hans' favorite, Vueling flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. No problem, Thea, no problem. Delta A330neo now also landing 36 center. Storm Eagle says, yeah, well, they've opened up a secondary runway for arrivals, and everything arriving from the west is unfortunately going to the center runway, I'm afraid. Silver lining is at least that the A380 is arriving from the east and will probably be assigned to, if it hasn't been already, assigned to runway 27. Is that Officer Rudolph creeping around the corner? Well, Rudolph was alone earlier, so I'm not sure if it is Rudolph or if it is one of his colleagues, or two of his colleagues I should say, because there's two on board. It's probably a colleague. A380 assigned to Buitenveldert. That's good news. Thanks for the confirmation, Maria. I already thought that was going to happen, but it's nice to get it confirmed. Wolfgang says you certainly need security to get peeps out of sight. Well, I cannot tell people to not stand where they want to stand. Most of them are not in the way. It's just when you want to see the airplanes taking off from 18 left that there are people further up ahead, but you cannot blame them. You cannot blame them for wanting to stand here. Last time I checked, this grass was probably accessible to all. Portugal, flight 668, arriving from Lisbon. It's an A321neo. Here you can see how the windsock is still fully erect. and an E2 is getting towed. That's what you get if you don't pay your bills. They'll be taken to the car impound, airplane impound. We have Steven Seagull over here, overlooking the spotters over here. I'm wondering where has that black jet gone to? That's still taxiing there. There it is. In the background on the left you can see part of a tail of a Fokker. Sort of sort of a decorative ornament over there. I wonder how much one of these jets would cost you if you were to buy one. I think I'd scare myself shitless. Alright, 900 likes. That means that we are at 90% of an airplane dance. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to hear you guys are still enjoying. I certainly am having fun here, out here as well. We haven't crossed 45k yet. Didn't think we were going to cross that today. Would have been nice. Here's the Cathay Pacific cargo 7478 that arrived from Paris. There's the Fokker 100 on the left, on the rooftop terrace. That's publicly accessible for those of you who haven't been there yet. If you're ever in the vicinity of Schiphol Airport, you don't need to go through customs. There is a panorama terrace. If the weather isn't very abysmal, you can access that publicly and freely. There's the old tower, there's the current main tower, and then there's also another tower for the polderbaan. Let's see, where is the A380 right now? Still pretty far. Still pretty far to the east, but slowly but surely coming this way. Hey QJ, good to see ya. Welcome back, mate. EasyJet arriving from Manchester over here in the foreground. Airplane Dad says, oh my god, we're finally gonna get one. That's Katie, isn't it? Well, thank you so much for the support, Katie. It's looking likely, sooner or later, we were bound to get another one, of course. It's looking like today might be the day. And yes, I think this is the 601st video in the making. Absolutely right, Wolfgang. 600 videos. I think it took me around 220 videos to get to 10k subscribers. Wouldn't it be nice if 601 got us to 45k? Anyway, let's keep ourselves focused at the business at hand. The center runway is open for traffic from the east, from the west, and everything arriving from the east is landing on runway 27. This is EasyJet in the Neorio livery, arriving from Milan, 1 hour and 22 minutes in the way. The airplane is a year old. The first flight was in March 2024. not feeling like the wind is slowing down. It's actually getting a little gusty at times. Makes me curious to see what the ticker is saying, or at least the meter is saying. Next airplane arriving is going to be Air Baltic, arriving from Riga. Still pretty far away. That does give us ample time to have a look at flight radar and as well weather. Let's start with that. First I'm going to reload the page and in the meantime open up the screen in Screen. So wind speed is 21 knots with gusts up to 32. The wind direction is 250 degrees and we are standing right next to runway 27. That means that there's a little bit of crosswind from the left, but mostly headwind. The wind direction is variable between directly west and a little bit more southwest. 10 kilometers of visibility, no ceiling, low pressure still, few clouds at 2,900 feet. Looking on flight radar, we can see that the Emirates A380 is approaching Lelystad. It's going to be directed to the southwest and then finally turn right to final to runway 27 where we are going to film it. Estimated to arrive here in 10 minutes from now. So time to get up again and have a look. A lot of spatial separation between the previous airplane and these two. This is Air Baltic Flight 621 arriving from Riga. Bulgaria C Series 300. That's on the right. 1 hour 54 minutes on the way. This is the Yankee Lima Alpha Yankee. 5-year-old airplane. First flight October 2020. And on the left, further away, is KLM Flight 1294, arriving from Billund. That's a 737-900. This is looking to the south right now. The windstock still pretty erect. And the busiest taking off. Runway 22 also in use for the busiest. Oh. Difficult angle to keep the camera still. I have image stabilizer enabled already. That's exactly where the wind gets hold of the camera the most. The right angles. So the A380 is approaching. 10 minutes out still. Should be landing on this very runway. Here we have Air Baltic Flight 621 arriving from Riga. In the meantime, a Norwegian 737 is landing on the center runway, which is interesting. You'd think that they'd send Norwegian here as well. It's also interesting to see that they are still using 18C and not 18 right. I was hoping that the Buitenveldertbaan would have been open by now, but maybe they'll open it up later in the day. I don't know for sure exactly when they'll open up the Buitenveldertbaan. For now, looking in the direction of the wind, there are clouds coming this way. Not sure if it's going to stay completely dry, but it is looking decently, reasonably decently. Hey! Well, thank you for the information, Bart. 18 right will open at 9 o'clock. Mr. V1 Aviation, always very knowledgeable, hiding behind the head of the young man standing right here. Here he is. In the meantime, Wolfgang, thank you so much for your super chat. You made it. 45k subs. Congrats. Well deserved. Up, up. Well, thank you all so much for that. And thank you, Wolfgang, for the super chat. You didn't have to use the super chat, you know that. And we're almost at an airplane dance as well. What? First things first, this is KLM Flight 1294 arriving from Billund in the SkyTeam livery. The other airplane in the SkyTeam livery in KLM Street we saw back there. Has that left already via runway 24? I am pretty sure that it was over there somewhere before. It's probably left. It's probably left. Have we crossed 1,000? I see. I see all kinds of emojis in the chat. My God, we have crossed 1,000 likes. Well, in that case, you guys are do an airplane dance. Let me see where I can do that best. And there are droplets falling right now. We want to see the camera lens stay dry. So let me see. Yeah, people are in. Could you guys maybe step a little bit? I'm going to do an airplane dance on the cycling path. Yeah, thank you. Otherwise, if I turned around the camera, the camera lens would be right into the wind and the rain, and might get wet. All right, auto focus enabled. Here we go. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, so much. Here we go, an airplane dance for you all. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen, for 1,000 likes. Crabbing in, and touchdown. Thank you all so much for that. 1,000 likes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that was caught on camera. Good enough. Always have to make an estimation of where to keep walking and where I'm out of the shot. Alright, well, we're right in time for the A380. Should be arriving pretty... Yeah, it's already in the vicinity of Almere. So it's going to turn final. Let's see, this is KLM Flight 1614 arriving from Milan.
Congratulations on your 1,000 likes.
Hey, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much.
I've read the A380 is on final.
Yeah, the A380 is well, it's not on final yet. It is approaching the glide slope and it's about to turn final.
Thank you.
Here you can see it if you want to see. So a little bit further, then it's going to turn final. BizJet before it, and this before the BizJet. Yay! Katie says. Thank you so much, Katie, for your donation and your kind words. Drizzly droplets have returned. Now, we haven't seen any go-arounds thus far, but wouldn't it be nice if the A380 were to be the first? Right, drizzly droplets once again. Yeah. Right at the moment the A380 is about to arrive, getting a shower. Hey, and thank you GE for your support. Motivational words. Let's go for the 1500 indeed. Another airplane dance at 1500 likes. Here we have the BizJet preceding the A380. This is NetJets. It's an Embraer Phenom 300 arriving from from Florence. And where is the A380? Can we see the A380 already? Don't think so. Oh shoot, also 5 gifted memberships from Wolfgang. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Mate, you didn't have to do that, you know that. Did I miss that? Oh wait, there's the A380. Is that so? 5th on flight radar already, the A380, Emirates Flight 147. Yeah, it's number 5 right now. Almost 1,000 people tracking it. And an Embraer Phenom here in the foreground. Let me quickly put in the umbrella again, because it's only distracting. Wolfgang, mate, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You didn't have to gift anything, you know that. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. New members who just received the gifted membership from Wolfgang. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Wolfgang. Have fun with custom emojis. You can use them right away. Plenty are available to use when the A380 is going to land, and that's going to be right next after this. After this Embraer Phenom arriving from Florence. Wolfgang, thank you so much once again, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Alright. PH Jet also also gifting a membership. Mate, thank you so much. Who is the recipient? It's Barry Bart. Barry Bart, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you to PH Jet and have fun with the custom emojis. Thank you so much, PH Jet. Emirates Flight 147, now number 4 on flight radar, tracked by 1,049 people. Arriving from Dubai, 6 hours and 41 minutes on the way. Like I said before, 6.5 hours is usually the average flight duration, so this is ballpark nominal. Registration is the Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Victor. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in September 2015. Hey, thank you so much, Peter K, for your super chat for those new dancing shoes. As it happens, I did buy myself a new pair of sneakers not too long ago, so I should be able to do dances on this for a long time to come. Emirates Flight 147 is arriving from Dubai. Absolutely lovely machine. 6 hours and 42 minutes on the way. We haven't seen any go-arounds thus far, if you guys are wondering, so it's got to be a first one at some point. Why not make it the A380? We have already seen go-rounds of the A340 happening right before our eyes not too long ago. We're due the A380. First flight of this airplane was in September 2015. So this is a 10-year-old airplane. Recently celebrated its 10th birthday. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the show, leave a like. If you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell. Hey, Gilberto! Ciao, amigo! Still waiting for the tuna by the fisherman. Well, no fishermen here, please. Hey, is that the PHGOV? That's the government airplane. That's the Dutch government airplane over there, the PHGOV. So whether that's a minister, a prime minister, or the king, or part of the royal family, I don't know, but that was the PHGOV. Let's head over to the PHGOV after this landing. Yes! Yes, it's going That was amazing. That was amazing. Now, while the A380 is going around, have a look. This is our Dutch government airplane, the PHGOV. So that's either ministers on board, or the royal family, or maybe even our king. PHGOV, Kingdom of the Netherlands, which is looking like it's going to take off in a few moments. And indeed, we got our wish. The A380 going around. Turn and burn, question mark. PHGOV behind this blasting fence or whatever it is. Just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Buitenveldertbaan, runway 27, the primary runway in use for arrivals, where minutes ago the A380 went around. We didn't see any go-arounds until then. It was the first go-around of the show, and behind this blast fence there is a 737 with registration PHGOV. There it is. That's the Dutch government airplane. It's not really looking like it's making haste. So I'm wondering what it's doing. It's going to London Luton. Okay. Hey, coming towards us. Olaf wonders if the A380 may be going to center now. Why would it go to center if it has more crosswind over there? Is the GOV coming this way? What are they doing? So that's still standing there. Busiest in the meantime is landing here. Getting mighty busy over here. If you're hearing people, there are plenty standing here in the field right now. Indito once again doing what they normally do, getting towed back and forth over the airport. There's Bizjet taking off from runway 22 right now. It's not the PHGOV. Where did the PHGOV go to? It's still standing there. Is that now coming this way? It's looking like it's coming this way, isn't it? Okay, so the PHGOV is coming this way. In the meantime, one of my batteries has gone dead. One of the batteries of the heated gloves. While we're waiting for both the A380 and for the PHGOV to become apparent, let me have a look. Alright, so there's the PHGOV once again. In the meantime, police is also over here with sirens for some reason. Oh, that's the military police. Driving past me, behind me. Right, so this is the PHGOV, the Dutch government airplane. And apparently it's going to London Luton, right? Taking off via runway 22 on its way to London Luton. Next up coming this way is Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. It's an A330-300. Flight time 2 hours and 57 minutes, nominal flight duration. The TC Jog Juliet Oscar Golf. Airplane 10 years old, first flight March 2015. If you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live still. My name is Boy and we are here at runway 27, the Buitenveldertbaan, where minutes ago the A380 did a go-around. We haven't seen any go-arounds until then, so that was the first go-around of the show. I'll make a separate video out of it. Should be good. Hi.
I watch your stream.
Ah, nice.
I'm from Germany.
From Germany.
And every morning I watch your stream.
Hey, that's nice to hear. What's your name?
Tristan.
Tristan.
And your?
My name is Boy.
Nice.
Well, welcome to the Netherlands.
I saw the go around.
You saw the go-around.
Yeah,
Nice. It's coming back to this runway in a few minutes from now, so second chance to see the A380. It's now #1 on flight radar. Absolutely beautiful. Well, we're first going to see the A330 from Turkish. We have an Embraer 175 arriving from Düsseldorf behind it. The A380 is now turning south above Almere, so that's flying base, coming this way shortly. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 2 hours and 59 minutes on the way. That's the nominal flight duration. Istanbul, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours. So lots of people have come out to see the A380 land again here. You can see people over there, people over here. It's teeming with people right now. Everybody is starting to catch a glimpse of the A380, which is about to turn final. And I'm pretty sure we should start seeing it in not too long from now. Michael DCA also back in the chat. Good to see you, Michael. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us in the meantime. If you guys have been enjoying the show thus far, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe to the channel while you're at it if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams in the future. This is KLM flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf in Embraer 175. and the A380 is turning in further up ahead to the east. I'm expecting that to become visible above the trees at some point. Second attempt. In the meantime also, the A340 is on its way to Suriname. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. There it is. We saw that go around here before our eyes not too long ago. That was quite the spectacle. The A380 going around was not as spectacular as the A340, but it got damn close. Right, the Embraer 175 over here. Arriving from Düsseldorf, flight 1800. Is that so, Raif, who says that my video went viral in Suriname? That is nice. Well, I can imagine it was quite a spectacle, so I imagine that that would be shared among people over there. Rightly so. Don't see that every day. Alright, we're waiting for the number 1 on flight radar, tracked by almost 4,000 people. Emirates flight 147, arriving from Dubai. Second attempt at landing. The flight time by now has become 6 hours and 56 minutes. Where is it? It should become visible from behind the trees at some point. Or is it in the clouds? Hard to see. Flight radar says that the A380 should be above Amsterdam Zuidoost. And there it is, there it is. On its left you can already see the 777-300 from Qatar Airways, flight 273 arriving from Doha. Lovely to see. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second attempt for Emirates flight 147 to land today. Will it get it done this time around? Probably it will. The lighting is looking good. The sun is shining over here where I'm standing as well. Looking to my right, I can see a big chunk of blue sky, so it's looking like the A380 will be illuminated by the sunlight uninterruptedly from here on going forwards. Round 2, fight. Here we go. 2 landings for the price of 1, indeed. Must be nice being a passenger on board this airplane. Getting a go around. Seeing Amsterdam twice. Yeah, that's an interesting question, Wolfgang. How much fuel would that go around cost? How many kilograms of jet fuel? Emirates Flight 147, once again, arriving from Dubai. Second attempt at landing here, tracked by 4,080 people on flight radar. Almost 7 hours underway now. That's because it went around not too long ago. The Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Victor. It's 10 years old. The first flight was in September 2015. Howdy Richard Vos, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show everybody else who just joined us. Emirates flight 147, second attempt at landing. The A340 is about to line up on runway 24. Paul says pilot will be feeling the pressure now. I'm not sure that they will. I think they'll probably only feel the pressure when it is really, when the airplane is running really low on fuel. As long as they can go around, I'm sure they're not that pressured. I think the fuel status all determines how much pressure there is on board. Well, let's see. Second attempt. How will this one fare? Good so far. Yes. Can we get some reverser action, please? Let's quickly turn back. Qatar Airways, now number 2 on flight radar, tracked by 1,471 people, is going to be next to land here. 777-300 arriving from Doha. Flight time has been 6 hours and 11 minutes. The Alpha 7 BEV, Bravo Echo Victor. 7-year-old airplane, first flight April 2018. After that, Vueling, and after that, a Saudia. Is that also a freighter? Saudia also, yeah, Saudia Cargo also flying a freighter in. Ooh, no 747s. You see it already? Don't think yet. We can see it yet. The airplane is winning the drag race.
Oh ja, nu kunnen we wel van.
And more reverser action. Next up is going to be Vueling, flight 1375, arriving from Alicante. After that we are going to see a 777 freighter from Saudia, which you can already see on the left. Vueling flight 1375 is an A320 arriving from Alicante. Process of also putting in a new battery in my heated glove. Here it is. Vueling flight 1375. picture together? Yeah, of course.
Every morning we're watching your video.
Awesome. What's your name?
Justus.
Jus?
Justus.
He's my brother.
Justus.
He's my brother.
Justus? Justus.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, of course you can.
My brother.
Of course you guys can take a picture.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Hey, you're welcome. You're
You
welcome.
have 1,700.
Cheese. Käse.
Thank you very much.
Is the picture okay? If it's not okay, we need to take another one. Are you happy with the
It
picture?
looks good.
Are you happy with it?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect.
very much.
Hey, you're welcome, guys.
Have a nice day.
Hey, you too. Quick picture with the two German brothers. Mom took the picture. He was happy with the picture, so that's good. This is Saudi Cargo Flight 933 arriving from Jeddah. Number 5 on flight radar. 27 freighter. Alright, now it is 1:40 and it's looking like most of the traffic is still going to runway 27. I'm not sure when the next widebody is going to arrive. Ah, there's a Dreamliner from Egypt Air that has just entered Dutch airspace. That is the next widebody coming this way by the looks of it. There's also an Emirates Sky Cargo triple coming this way, but that's still in Germany by the looks of it. Let's see, so this is KLM flight 1754 arrived from Hamburg. That's number 190. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. Jeff has to go shopping and says see you tomorrow. Well, I'm not sure about tomorrow yet, Jeff. That's all weather dependent, and I'm not too sure about the weather for tomorrow and for Sunday either. QJ is wondering about Indito. Well, there's your answer, QJ. Indito delivering as expected.
Can I get a picture with you?
You also, yeah, of course you can take a picture with me, no problem. Let me point the camera to where the airplanes are coming from. That way the people have something to see.
I hang out on your stream a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah, I type in a chat sometimes.
What username do you have?
It is Aquatic. You asked me
Aquatic.
about how you pronounce it.
Ah, aquatic. 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 some usernames are so complex, and if you don't know how to pronounce them, you're sometimes giving people names that they didn't intend. Now, looking on flight radar. Looking on flight radar, I can see that there is a Dreamliner in Dutch airspace right now. and Emirates is not too far behind. I think I'm going to stick around for those two wide bodies, and depending on what things look like, might wrap up after that. Egypt Air and Emirates Sky Cargo are still arriving from the east. Those are destined to land here on runway 27. I think that's at least worthwhile sticking around for. A lot of narrow bodies coming in right now. And only one go around, but what a go around it was, wasn't it? I hope I wasn't screaming too much with enthusiasm while it happens, so that we may be able to use the footage in a separate video. Oh, is that the black jet leaving again? I think it is, yeah. It's that black biz jet. Heard something. It was the black jet. Didn't stay at sleep for long. Honk honk. Well, come to think of honking, that also reminds me that I think I might have to put some change in the parking meter, which is what I think I'm going to do right now. Just quickly. This way, at least we've ensured that we're not going to get a parking ticket anytime soon. Hey, no, of course, no, of course.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Are the pictures that you guys took, are they good?
Sorry?
Are the pictures you guys took, both of you, are they good?
Yeah.
The pictures with me? Because otherwise, if they need to be done again, okay. Hey, you're welcome, guys. You're welcome. Don't be afraid to come over and say hi whenever you're back in the vicinity again at some point. Perfect. All right. Let's see. Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk up next, flight 1304. Are they? Do you want to say hi to your parents? Hey. The microphone is pointed in the other direction, so they won't be able to hear you that well. But they should have seen you if they are watching right now. This is KLM at 1304, arriving from Gdansk in Poland, Embraer 190. Going to be KLM 1218 arriving from Stockholm, and after that a bizjet that's arriving from Bremen, Bartolini Air. And is that looking blue? Wow, You guys should have a look at the pictures of the busiest that is now number 2 and coming this way. That is a very beautiful shade of blue. Not ETA blue, but definitely a looker. This is KLM flight 1218 arriving from Stockholm. That's a 737-800. 1 hour and 43 minutes away. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Delta. Flight time 1 hour and 43 minutes. The airplane is 26 years old. First flight August 1999. But that busiest coming next. It's not ETA blue, but it is definitely a bit darker than KLM blue, from what I could tell. It also looked a bit matte, not glossy. If that's actually true, it would be very nice. It's also not feeling like the wind is coming down a single bit. Looking in the water, you can see it's still wavy and the windsock is still pretty erect. Let's have a look and see what the meter is saying. If we update the meter, it was 21 knots with gusts up to 32 earlier. Now looking at the screen, it says 24 knots. So the wind is definitely not slowing down yet. Still from 250 degrees, which for runway 27 means headwind mostly and a little bit of crosswind. 24 knots of wind. Even though Storm Benjamin has passed already, it passed by overnight, there is still plenty of wind. And you guys could see the A380 actually had to go around. Now, I'm curious to see what this airplane is going to look like in real life. Pictures on Flight Radar look very promising. It is a busiest arriving from Orléans in France. 1 hour and 16 minutes away. Bartolini Air. Cessna Citation Jet. 27-year-old airplane. First flight somewhere in 1998. The month not specified. Polderbaan die is als het goed is vanavond om 9 uur gaat hij weer open, hoorde ik. Ja. Is it... Oh, it's going to turn in. It's going to runway 22. It's doing a breakaway landing. It is still a bit glossy. I thought it was a bit matte perhaps, but... Wind really taking a hold of the camera in this angle. This is more or less perpendicular. The camera is now more or less perpendicular to the wind heading, wind direction. Means that the surface area is biggest. In the tow, in the background. Lovely. Shaking plane, but also a shaking camera, Danny. Hard to keep things stable, even with image stabilizer and of course the tripod safely secured into the ground, as I always have. I do think there is another busiest ready to take off again here. This busiest is standing on the runway and I think it's going to take off once that blue jet has cleared the runway. Also look at this beautiful cloud formation that you see over there. Is that a towering cumulus? Is that a middle finger? That's not a middle finger pointed to us, is it? Wouldn't be the first time that clouds are flipping us the finger. We'll have to flip it back then. Eye for an eye. Storm Eagle says Egypt Air might go to 18C. Is that so? What do you think? Why do you think that? It seems to me that everything should be coming this way still because of the wind intensity and the direction. Particularly if it is arriving from the east. Wat zei je?
Vraag je.
Ja, tuurlijk.
Ik heb wat foto's, ook waar bij jou op staat. Die lopen thuis ook.
Oh, zeker. Zeker. Als je op mijn YouTube kanaal kijkt, er staat het YouTube adres. Dus wat is het? amslive787@gmail.com volgens mij. Ja, prima, leuk. Ja, het werd druk hier, hè? Hoe heet je? Christian has been standing here throughout the entire stream, also during the rain showers. At that time we were the only two standing here, but he has been standing here. He just approached me and said he also took some pictures where I am in. So he just asked me my email to send some over later this week. Well, I'm speaking to you already if they are any good, and I'm assuming that they are, given that you have a beautiful camera and a beautiful lens. So would you be okay if I also published one or two, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
On the channel page for others to see.
Altijd.
Leuk man, dank je. Ik zie ze wel tegemoet, rustig aan. This is KLM flight 1232 arrived from Gothenburg. And Egypt Air is going to the Buitenveldertbaan? Huh? It doesn't make sense. Why would the Dreamliner go, unless they are going to do a runway inspection, why would Egypt Air be directed to center instead of this runway? Do they want to practice crosswind landings? Let's see oh, and another BizJet is taking off. The silver lining is that here you can hear them quite well. Here you can usually be pretty early in seeing them accelerating and taking off. Standing at the threshold of 18 left makes that a bit more difficult. I have to say I was surprised. I wasn't sure yet to what extent we would be able to see the threshold of 18 right. But from here we can actually see it. Now Officer Rudolph told me that the fence over there is expected to be temporary because they've sown in that field with grass seeds. So he thinks that that fence that's now over there is still going to be removed at some point, at which stage you would be able to go into that field freely. If that is going to happen, that would make a great spot for filming whenever runway 27 and 18 left are in use. This is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1652 arriving from Firenze or Florence. 1 hour 46 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel, November X-Ray X-Ray NXX, which is brand new. This airplane began flying in September this year. So this is its second month into service. Really brand spanking new. So Egypt Air is the one getting away from us. The other one is coming this way, eh? Yeah, Emirates does look to be coming this way. So I'm wondering, can we see the glide slope off center from here? On paper, I think we ought to see glimpses of airplanes landing to the center runway between the trees and the light masts. I'm not going to give that an extensive go because I don't think it is that useful from here, but this is where the wind is blowing from. You can clearly see linear patterns in the clouds, cloud streets, Wolkenstraten. Big chunks of blue right now. Things have definitely gotten a bit more friendly than they were in the earlier hours of the show. Yeah?
777F is landing in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. The 777 is coming. It is still not on the glide slope, but on paper it should be somewhere over there, but really, 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 really far away. Bart is also still standing there. Is that another BizJet on the runway? No, that has covers over its engines. Oh, it is nice to see just how even such a relatively small airplane, when there's a person right next, or there are two people right next to it, and they're going to leave at some point because they're preparing to take off the engine inlet covers. Hey, is this moving onto the runway? I think it is. So it's another BizJet taking off shortly. I was just about to say, when there are people standing right next to them, you can see that even though these airplanes look tiny, they are still relatively big. Coast Guard is also coming back, Storm Eagle says. How is that going to land? Is that going to land on runway 22? Arriving over the northeast? Boom, there you go, up in the air already. And away it goes. So Egypt Air, a Dreamliner, getting away from us, going to the center runway for some reason. Over there somewhere. Though I'm not sure that we can see it from here. We're also not able to see... Oh wait, no we are. I was about to say we cannot even see P3 from over here, but we can see P3 barely. So the rollout of the center runway should be over there somewhere, behind those kids. Or people, I should say. Here we also see the windsock. We can see that the wind is coming from a little bit further to the left. More or less from over there. And the clouds confirm this. Linear patterns, cloud streets, parallel cloud formations, linear cloud formations, in line with the direction of the wind. Bart asks about the green-orange taxiway lights line up runway 27. And I think they have, well, at least the landing lights have been on. I'm not sure. Good question, not sure, Bart. I'm not sure. Bart isn't either. Emirates Sky Cargo is turning final further to the east at Weesp. Now turning final. It should become apparent above the trees in a few minutes from now. I think when it's over Amsterdam Zuidoost, southeast, you should be seeing it. Michael asks the registration OOMMT, where is it from? That's Belgium. OO is Belgium. It seems that the runway is also getting inspected. That might be the reason why Egypt Air has been sent to the center runway. Would make sense. I'm wondering, are they going to use this runway for departures? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Because right here is the threshold of the runway. So if they're going to take off from this runway, that would be terrific. Yeah, that also would make me reconsider going. That definitely would make me reconsider staying as well. Now, there's definitely landing airplanes now on the glide slope, 3 of them, the first of which is Emirates Sky Cargo Flight 9993, arrived from Dubai World Center. Flight time similar to the A380s at this stage, 6.5 hours. The airplane a year old, first flight July 2024. Now, omgevingsinfo Schiphol bezoek Bas was mentioning earlier that runway 27 was expected to be in use for arrivals all throughout the afternoon. it makes sense to have the Kaagbaan open as runway 24 for outbound traffic. Runway to the south, a secondary that has been working well all throughout the day. If there is a bias, it should be that later in the day the wind should slow down ever so slightly. Although it was expected to stay windy all throughout the day today. Yeah, and Doekman already checked it out. As I thought, Bezoek was still mentioning runway 27 for landing, so it would be nice though. That day earlier in the month when there was also a storm or something over here, that day that my HDMI cable later in the stream broke down and started giving flickerings. That stream we began here with arrivals. Runway 22 was used for arrivals. We started with departures on runway 27, and that was so great. Seeing those wide bodies over here spooling up from right on the other side. This is the runway threshold. This is where they lined up, and this is where they would take off to the west. I don't see any traffic arrived from the east, from the west, going to the center runway anymore. It seems that runway 27 has become the only runway for inbound traffic right now. BA flight 434 flying downwind north of Amsterdam to the east, indicative of just one runway open for inbound traffic, and that is this runway where we are standing right next to. Ik houd de camera toch maar op de Emirates voor nu. The Egypt Air has become visible on the platform. Right now, this I think takes precedence and is more important to film. No go around of Emirates this time around. Just the A380. Yeah, Michael, indeed it was a very fun stream. The go around, the 45k subs, the 1k dance, indeed. Michael has to go. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, let's see. Any big jets coming anytime soon? Only the 777 arriving from Sao Paulo. Well, I see that there are still plenty of viewers that have stuck around to keep watching. Might as well stick around at least until KLM flight 792 has landed, arriving from Sao Paulo. That is now coming this way. Off the coast of the Gulf of Yorkshire, as we call it, or as some still call it, the North Sea. Katie also back in the chat, good to see ya. Welcome back. And welcome back everybody else who may have joined us later. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are here at runway 27, the primary runway for arrivals, the Buitenveldertbaan as it's colloquially called. And only one go-around we have seen this far, and what a go-around it was none other than the Emirates A380 that went around today. I'll make a separate video out of that one for sure. It's very much worthwhile looking back. Storm Benjamin passed over the Netherlands overnight, and we're currently still in the wind field that is following in its wake. All throughout the stream, this is what the windsock has been looking like, fully erect. The blue in the sky is not normal sky, it is Viagra. Narrow bodies are coming in right now. This is an EasyJet A319. rolling on runway 24 is what Wolfgang is saying. Yeah, we have a Chinese A350 that is lined up, absolutely. And Thijs is wondering if you missed go-arounds. You certainly did. The A380, the Emirates A380, the only go-around of today's show. We were hoping for it and we got our wish. There's the A350, undoubtedly pissed off because it needs to go back to China, which it doesn't want to. There it is. So runway 24 is now being used for departures, 18 left is 2. And all the arrivals take place on runway 27. Here's our next arrival. This would be Air France flight 1796 arriving from Lyon. That's number 190. Behind it should be a BA A320, which is over there. After that, an A320neo from EasyJet arriving from London Stansted. A319 Lufthansa arriving from Frankfurt. Air France arriving from Lyon. Oui, oui. Du fromage. À bientôt. Merci. Au revoir. So the airplanes landing on this runway have mostly headwind. A little bit of crosswind from the left. Wind is blowing from 250 degrees. And pretty fiercely, I might add. Okay, enjoy your meals, have fun, enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy your stay. If you're ever in the vicinity, come over and say hi again, alright? Okay, well enjoy guys. See ya, bye bye. The two lads are off to McDonald's. Undoubtedly for a nutritious meal. Do we have any wind blowing, you might wonder? Absolutely. You need to put the pedal to the metal in low gear, I might say, might add. Alright, let's see what else is in the pipeline. Royal Jordanian is also has also entered Dutch airspace in the east. It's an A320neo. They also have an E2 Embraer 195, which looks stunning. But I must say, it also looks good, that livery on the A320. And this is BA having arrived from London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary f***ing Poppins, London.
I was actually afraid that in the afternoon it would start raining more than in the morning hours. I thought that the morning hours were going to would pass by dry, and there was going to be some rain expected in the afternoon. Thus far, it seems that it's the other way around, more precisely. Hey, and Daniel says that the PHGOV landed safely at Luton. Wolfgang asks about Bart. Bart is no longer here. He snuck out in the meantime. Always nice to see him. This is EasyJet flight 27840 arriving from London Stansted. It's an A320neo. Flight time has been 42 minutes. That seems to be nominal. Oh, I stand corrected. It is an A320 Oreo. Oreo cookie. PHGOV has landed at Luton. That's good news. That's good news. Yeah, saw that per chance. It was very coincidental that I happened to see it. Initially I wasn't sure, was it ClassJet or was it the GOV, but it was the GOV after all. Oh, wind all of a sudden picking up. What's this? And indeed, Hankers, quote from Snatch, absolutely best movie ever. I agree, it's definitely one of my favorites. The Gentleman is too. Snatch certainly is. Lufty Flight 992 up next, arriving from Frankfurt. That's an A319. And this is our daily flight from Germany. Delta Alpha India Lima Yankee is the registration. The daily flight is 27 years old. Its first flight was in August 1998. Mexico Dreamliner, the last heavy. Where is that? It's your daily Lufthansa flight. Here it is. Comes equipped with a nice spacious carrying cabin in the back. And Gilberto asks about Eva Air. They certainly fly to Amsterdam. In fact, I have a picture from back in the day with Eva Air. With an Eva Air 747 landing at the Polderbaan. I actually once used that as a thumbnail to see if it would elicit any reactions, but it didn't. Same for an old picture that I used from Northwest MD-11 taking off from the Kaagbaan. The picture taken in 2006, I think, from the old Spottersplatz at the Kaagbaan, actually. That also never elicited any responses from, hey, that's an old picture or something. But Eva is still flying to Amsterdam. It usually arrives in the evening, local evening, and nowadays it's a 777-300. Oh, and the Coast Guard have arrived. Did it land on center then? It's looking like it is taxiing in from center. It certainly didn't land on the Schiphol Oostbaan. Or, yeah, no. For a moment I was thinking, is it coming this way? But it isn't. I have filmed them recently a few times when I did evening hour streams or late afternoon. There have been a couple of streams at the Polderbaan that I filmed. I started filming around 3 p.m. local time until 7 or 8 or so, and they were featured in those streams, but they usually arrive at a time that they would land on center. So only long distance shots from them. I see people saying goodbye to Nancy. Nancy, I miss your saying goodbye, but hereby I also say goodbye to you and thank you for joining. I'm going to stick around. There is indeed a Dreamliner still arriving from Mexico City, which is now flying downwind, coming this way. I'm sticking around until it has landed. Probably I'm going to wrap up after that. I hope I'll be able to go out again tomorrow. Earlier in the week it was looking like Saturday would be okay, but Sunday wouldn't. Or the other way around, I'm not sure. Last time I checked, it wasn't looking that good for tomorrow with respect to precipitation. Fingers crossed. Would be a very, very slow month if today would have been the only day of this week that I would have been able to stream. If there's still a bit of crosswind from the west like there is today and tomorrow the Buitenveldertbaan would be in use again, that would be great. They'd probably use this then as secondary runway and the Buitenveldertbaan as primary. Oh, Royal Jordanian is even in the One World livery. I think we have seen that before already. I think we have seen that one before already. Maybe not on film. I have seen it in person before. Well, Royal Jordanian and KLM Flight 686 seem to be headed to Schiphol more or less simultaneously. So whichever of the two is going to be latest, I'll stick around until both have landed. That should be no problem. Next airplane arriving is looking... is that... okay, no. I thought for a moment it was a busiest, but it is actually KLM Flight 1032, arriving from Chester, one of KLM's A321 Neos. Windsock is still on Viagra. I'm wondering, where is that Indito? It is. They keep towing those around, back and forth. And that's Egypt, I think. No, another Indigo. Spot the Indigo. Keeps you busy. Wat zei je? Ik werk niet met vliegtuigen, nee. Ja. Zeker, zeker. This is KLM Flight 1032, arriving from Chester. After that we are going to see an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bilbao. KLM Flight 1524. An A321 Neo behind that, so that's an E2 Embraer sandwiched in between two A321 Neos. And I think next, after that, it will be the 78710, and after that, Royal Jordanian in the One World livery. Well, it's a One World livery, so those more or less all look very similar. Yeah, making more kilometers on the ground than flying in Dutch airspace. Indigo. I wonder if they have that stipulated in their contract. We said it jokingly, but you begin to wonder at some point, don't you? Right, with the E2 on the left, on the right, in the middle, I should say, and on the far left, we have another A321 Neo. It's looking like... Royal Jordanian will not follow the Dreamliner immediately, but Iberia will be in between first. At least that's the way it looks like from where I'm standing. So wondering, am I hearing anything with propellers from behind, but I don't think so. let's click on the Royal Jordanian. Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're right, Wolfgang. This one is indeed a bit darker than the other One World liveries. Well, we should find out soon enough if it's going to land here or go around. It is looking like Iberia will follow the Dreamliner immediately. So it's going to be number 2 behind the Dreamliner. Ah, dat is... Oh, je gaat even door?
Ja.
Hey, leuk je gesproken te hebben. Fijne dag. Ja, heel graag. Als je in de buurt bent, kom vooral een keertje weer gedag zeggen.
Ja, meestal heb ik geen tijd.
Ja, dat is...
Maar,
Wie weet.
ja.
Is goed, wel thuis. Fijne dag. Perfect, dankjewel. Alrighty. Michael wonders if we had any merch store mailing delays to the US. I need a hoodie. Not that I am aware of, but that the merch store is run by Spreadshirt. So if you did order something and you're thinking it's taking longer than it should be taking, best thing to do is to reach out to Spreadshirt to inquire if there have been delays or not. Mike Wild is also in the chat. Good to see you. Welcome back, Mike. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed the A380's go-around. We only saw one go-around in today's show, and the one go-around today has been the Emirates A380. I'll make a separate video out of that. I hope I won't be blabbing too much in my enthusiasm at the time, but it was a great go-around. Only the best at Schiphol. We at Schiphol here have the best go-arounds. This is KLM Flight 1776 arriving from Berlin, A321neo. I will tell you, if you guys order hoodies, the premium hoodies are true to size. I always wear medium and those fit nicely. If you have a contrast, if you are interested in maybe going for a contrast hoodie, best to order a size up compared to what you normally wear, because they do fall a bit tiny. They are a bit more tiny. This is KLM Flight 686, arrived from Mexico, 787-10 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 51 minutes. Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Oscar is the registration. This airplane is brand new, means less than a year old. It will turn 1 pretty soon, next month in November. Iberia Express after that. And Royal Jordanian in the One World livery after that. Oh, I can see in Dutch airspace and immediately surrounding Dutch airspace are narrow bodies. So after Royal Jordanian has landed, I am going to wrap up for today. I am hoping that tomorrow I will be able to go out again. Should still be a bit of wind. Should make for interesting crosswindy arrivals at the Polderbaan, which I am expecting to reopen again. As Bart already mentioned in the chat earlier, it is expected to reopen again at 9 tonight, local time. By then it will be dark already. What I'm hoping for mostly is that it's going to stay dry long enough so that I can do streams. I'm not sure about tomorrow, nor am I about Sunday. Monday also doesn't look too good, so fingers crossed. Two more airplanes for today's show, and then I am going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. Iberia will be next, and Royal Jordanian in the One World livery. our last airplane. Iberia. It used to be Iberia Express until recently, but nowadays it is just Iberia. Iberia flight 737. Not a Boeing 737, obviously, but this is an A320neo. Flight time has been 1 hour and 56 minutes, which is nominal for Madrid to Amsterdam. Echo Charlie, November Delta November is the registration. NDN. The airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight was in May 2019. Now, I had a wonderful time despite getting my feet wet during that one intense shower. I hope you guys also enjoyed the show thus far. Don't forget to leave a like if you have enjoyed what you've been seeing thus far and you haven't done so already. If you want to help the channel grow, and make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams. Iberia flight 737, and you can see those airplanes of the last couple of hours are banking a bit more left and right. They make more corrections with the ailerons than they did in the earlier part of the show. Still, kudos to all the pilots flying today. All of them except the Emirates pilots have landed their airplane in one go. And that is despite a continuously aroused windsock, because this is not a still from earlier in the show. This is not a picture of a windsock. This is actually the windsock being fully erect all throughout the time. Vueling on the left, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, and our last airplane for today, Royal Jordanian Flight 151, arriving from Amman. Not Oman, not Yemen, but Amman, the capital of Jordan. It's an A320neo in the One World livery. Have a look at the picture on Flight Radar. It's looking beautiful. Beautifully. It's looking beautiful. Flight time has been 4 hours and 49 minutes as we speak. Registration Juliet Yankee Romeo Alpha Kilo Gyrac. It's a brand new airplane. This airplane began flying in June this year. I'm already going to go ahead and thank all of you for the support. Thank you for the likes. Another airplane dance show today. Happy to have gotten the exercise, and I want to thank all of you for liking the show. Also a massive big thank you for all the many gifted memberships once again. A big thank you for all the super chats, the super stickers, PayPal donations, merch shop purchases and other forms of support. Lastly, but also very importantly, a big thank you to all the moderators who have helped in today's show to keep the chat friendly and accessible to all. You guys are what makes this channel so great. You all are. And thank you all so much for that. Royal Jordanian has landed, and on that bombshell it is time to end. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you guys had fun. I certainly did. Hope you guys don't get blown away. Make sure to stay tuned for upcoming live streams. Subscribe and hit the bell icon to stay informed if YouTube does their thing. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Hopefully I will see you all again tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then sometime soon. For now, goodbye, take care, and see ya.